Buenos días. Espero que estén muy bien. Que estén teniendo un excelente viernes, güey. Fin de semana, por fin. Esta semana estoy contento porque esta semana sí estuvo larga para mí, como mi nepe. Ay, sí, cómo no, güey, cómo no. Espero que estén muy bien. Bienvenidos al programa del día de hoy donde vamos a platicar por qué Japón va a explotar. ¿No? Todos los, el reverse carry trade, todos los pacos favoritos de todo el planeta. Lo que vamos a platicar ahorita en este momento es de del el reverse carry trade de Japón, ¿no? ¿Qué está pasando con el yen? ¿Por qué Estados Unidos intervino? ¿Por qué? ¿Cuáles las consecuencias? ¿Qué es lo que puede pasar? Y les voy a simplificar la vida a todos ustedes de ver eso, porque hay un proxy que funciona mejor que ver al dólar con el yen, aunque no lo crean. Y para muchos de ustedes les va a ser familiar y se van a cagar cuando lo vean. Así de fácil va a ser, ¿ok? Vamos a simplificar ese pedo. La otra cosa que quiero que entiendan es que narrativas repetidas no equivalen al mismo resultado, ¿ok? Lo que buscan con narrativas repetidas es el efecto de la primera. Cuando te dijeron en agosto del 2024 o en julio del 2024, que fue cuando tuviste la caída de esto, que fue ocasionada en la bolsa por esto, el reverse carry trade tan famoso, no te avisaron que iba a pasar eso. Simplemente ocurrió y cuando ocurrió lo justificaron con eso. Y cuando ves las tablas lo puedes ver. Cuando ahorita te están advirtiendo que esto puede pasar, tienes que entender que psicológicamente lo que están haciendo es prepararte para ello. ¿Y cómo te preparas para ello? No entrando en la bolsa. ¿Ok? Como cuando le sacaron a Ray Dalio hace unos días que les dijo, es la crisis financiera. Es lo mismo. Están haciendo y sacando todo para todos ustedes para que no se suban al último subidón. Y si vieron el último video, que se los recomiendo bastante, honestamente, porque salgo yo, ¿no? Si vieron el último video, pudieron ver mi análisis también de los intereses, donde hablamos del bono de 30 años en Estados Unidos, de cuál fue la consecuencia cuando ahorita tuvo su pico más alto. Lo que le siguió fue la subida de mercado más potente de toda la historia. No fue necesariamente bajista. Simplemente hubo una noticia que por un segundo tomó a todo el mundo desprevenido, pensando que todo iba a colapsar por ello, que era que Israel tenía que construir un estacionamiento en donde está Gaza y pues tenía que quitar a toda la gente lo más rápido posible. ¿Se acuerdan de esa guerra tan famosa que no hizo que colapsara nada, sino al revés? Empezó el bull run más potente que hemos visto en historias recientes. Lo que están intentando en este momento, y después de analizar ese video, y se los voy a dar rapidísimo, les dije que esto se parece más al 2006 y es el 2026 con el 2007, donde tocas pico y haces top en el 2007 y después tienes una caída por años, que en ese entonces la bolsa solamente cayó por año y medio. 2007, todo el 2008, casi 2 años. Y eso fue la gran crisis financiera, ¿no? Estamos ante un escenario completamente similar, no crean que no. Personalmente creo que este escenario es mucho peor. La razón por qué es porque esta vez no podemos tener esa recuperación que tuvimos en el 2008, ¿no? En el 2008, si se fijaron, tuvimos la creación de toda la bola de inútiles que son creadores de contenido. ¡Ah! Estoy hablando de mí. Tienen la creación de todos los trabajos, de todas las compañías que se vendieron porque crearon una nueva aplicación y todas estas pendejadas que todos ustedes se imaginarán. Tenían básicamente el comercio de China para Estados Unidos explotando a tope. Todos mis cuates que traían pinches chanclas se hicieron millonarios. Y ahora lo que tenemos es inteligencia artificial que va a hacer toda nuestra chamba. ¿Y cómo vamos a saber que nos va a llevar la verga cuando hagan que el piloto automático de Tesla entre en vigor? Una vez que tengas eso, 12 millones de trabajos en un año se pierden en Estados Unidos. Otra cosa que fue importante el día de hoy, y les platiqué esto en la mañana, pero más que nada fue en el Discord, donde les conté, güey, hay datos de gobierno, me voy a salir de mi trade, que hice 2 longs bastante potentemente apalancados, tenía un excelente retorno, me salí. Simplemente porque cuando tienes datos de gobierno, justifican el mover la bolsa para arriba, para abajo y todo el mundo cree que es razonable, ¿no? Pero lo que están haciendo es sacar a todo el mundo. No me hubiera sacado, seguiría un poco más en ganancias, un poco más, pero ¿sabes qué? No tengo el estrés, ya me llevé mi lana a casa, estoy contento. Han estado jugando con ustedes mentalmente. Quiero recordarle a todo el mundo que esté escuchando esto y que está viendo esto, que la bolsa es completamente un invento de estos señores que la manejan, de los bancos más grandes, y que no nada más es un invento de los bancos más grandes. Ellos lo mueven todo. No eres tú, ni tampoco hay 30 pendejos que están moviendo el yen de Japón. No es como que esto pasó de la nada y, güey, hay 34 güeyes en el cajero automático ahorita mismo en Japón sacando sus yenes, ¿no? Y eso es lo que está ocasionando esta cosa. Todo esto es una tubería que está hecha por ellos. Y esta tubería lo que hacen es les enseñan a todos ustedes que aprenden de economía cómo debería reaccionar esta tubería. Si es que A pasa, entonces B es la consecuencia. Si Z ocurre, entonces X es la consecuencia. Y es como los tienen a todos entrenaditos. Pero si simplemente te echas para atrás, entiendes que es un juego psicológico. El juego psicológico, y se los dije desde el principio, que están jugando ahorita con ustedes y lo que tienen que convencerlos a ustedes de es que los intereses van a subir en Estados Unidos. ¿Ok? Quiero que sepan esto. La demanda en Estados Unidos está tan cabrona porque hay tanta inflación como en el 2022, ¿no? Que definitivamente tienen que subir intereses. Me ofrecieron un coche, un Aston Martin Valhalla, ¿ok? Un Aston Martin Valhalla hace 4 meses. Me lo ofrecieron por $2 millones. $2 millones. El coche en su MSRP, que es el precio original del coche, es $1 millón. Pasó mes y medio y me lo cortaron a $1.5 millones. Ayer me escribieron, güey, te lo vendo al millón. No, ahora no tengo ganas de comprar el pinche coche, ¿no? Me hubiera encantado cuando todavía manejaba los coches y me gustaba mamar, pero ahora que no quiero que me estén chingando, prefiero no tener una mamada así. Y además mi dinero en la bolsa, güey, qué rico. No tengo que hacer nada. Nada, este güey no trabaja. Tengo la mayor cantidad de tiempo libre, más que Ray Dalio. No tengo que ir a asustarte a un podcast. Es una belleza. Pero eso, ¿qué te dice? No hay demanda. Por más que estén pintándote todo esto, que hay una gran inflación, no existe esta demanda. Intereses altos es la manera de destruir a todos los negocios chicos y medianos si no lo has entendido todavía. ¿Qué tiene que ver esto? ¿Por qué te estoy diciendo la psicología del mercado? Porque esto que te están poniendo el yen japonés es una completa, absoluta absurdez que te lo estén adelantando antes de que pase. Y ahora les voy a decir el por qué, porque lo que quiero es que no tengan miedo en este momento. Quiero que se den cuenta de ello. Y si quieres saber fechas y de cuándo va a pasar todo, etcétera, ve a ver el último video. No seas huevón. No te va a dar todas las respuestas en todos los videos que me sigo repitiendo como pendejo. Cada quien se repite como puede, pero yo me repito como pendejo, ¿ok? Ok. Estoy con ese gallito. Ok, ahora está peor. Bien. Ahora que les están vendiendo que van a subir los intereses, también les están vendiendo que eso es bajista. Tíos, subidas de intereses es porque la economía está con todo y está tanto con todo que literalmente el consumo es imparable. Esos son subidas de intereses, ¿ok? La Reserva Federal tiene que hacerles ver eso. ¿Por qué? Porque ustedes se les está yendo el pedo y los han manipulado completamente para que se pierdan, tal cual como les dije, los van a engañar de que les van a tener que subir los intereses. En este momento, la bolsa abrió en super verde. ¡Qué locura! Oigan, ¿quién lo fuera a ver, no? Venir con esto de que Japón se va a explotar. ¿Quién lo fuera a ver venir? ¡Qué puta locura! Bien. Bien ahí, Alejandro. Ok. Los han engañado y los han preparado a todos ustedes para pensar que tienen que subir tipos. ¿Cómo regulan la narrativa para contarles que las cosas están bien, etcétera? El día de hoy tienen un dato falso, ¿no? Porque todos los datos de gobierno son falsos. Lo único que me interesa a mí de saber, no me interesa el dato. Lo que me interesa es entender qué psicológicamente les está haciendo a ustedes. ¿Ok? Entonces, cuando el dato de gobierno falso que sale hoy es de, güey, es que el empleo, los datos de empleo están de la verga, todos ustedes lo toman como, ok, no van a subir los intereses por ello. O tal vez no lo tomen así, pero tu Paco favorito es lo que te tiene que decir. Entonces Paco te va a decir, güey, no pueden subir los intereses si es esto. No. Entonces ves la bolsa subir, pero dices, güey, el peligro del yen japonés todavía está vigente, ¿no? Bien. Para los que no entiendan qué es el reverse carry trade, es bastante sencillo. En los tempranos 2000, Japón, voy a darles ese ejemplo porque lo viví, Japón te daba dinero porque tomaras su dinero. ¿Te acuerdan cuando en el petróleo, en el 2020, para el petróleo bajo de cero y te pagaban por tener petróleo? Así un amigo hizo una mega fortuna, ¿ok? Bien, eso pasaba con el dinero de Japón. Y todo el mundo que iba a Japón y decía, güey, dame dinero y págame por él, iban, les pagaban su dinero por tener dinero y venían a Estados Unidos y compraban cosas en Estados Unidos que les pagaban más, ¿no? Ahorita puedes ver que si abres una cuenta en X, por ejemplo, con la de Elon Musk en Estados Unidos, te paga 6% anual. Solamente por tener tu dinero ahí. Entonces imagínate que vas a Japón, te pagan por sacar $1,000,000, lo pones simplemente en la cuenta de Elon Musk, te paga 6%, güey. Le estás sacando 6% más aparte de lo que te pagó Japón a este dinero que sacaste de la nada, güey. Es literalmente arbitraje. Esto es lo que es arbitraje, ¿no? En medio de todo, pero no tan obvio. Bien, lo que ellos te están diciendo es, güey, como el yen se está devaluando tanto, la gente tiene que vender el yen y tiene que vender sus dólares y sus activos que compraron con esos yens que les regalaron y ahora tienen que vender esos activos, por eso baja toda la bolsa y tienen que regresar el dinero a Japón. Eso es básicamente lo que vieron. La otra cosa que te están diciendo ahorita es Estados Unidos intervino. Por primera vez en 40 años, algo así, Estados Unidos intervino en esto, ¿no? Y lo que todo el mundo, el espanto que te tienen todavía aquí es el siguiente. Pero esto, ¿cuánto va a durar? Recuerda que todas las intervenciones pueden quebrar, ¿no? Si te están advirtiendo de que algo va a pasar, es una zanahoria que estás viendo adelante para seguir corriendo como pendejo en esa dirección. Y déjame te digo algo, tío. No te van a decir cuando esto ocurra, ¿ok? ¿Qué es lo que causa esto? Simplemente la diferencia en intereses que está ocurriendo en todo el mundo. La razón por la que han tenido tanta de esa plática es sencilla, porque Estados Unidos ha subido tanto sus intereses, ¿no? Que crea una disparidad gigantesca en lo que Japón puede hacer con sus intereses. Y esa disparidad gigantesca en intereses pues hace que más gente quiera estar invertida en un lado que el otro. Ahora, en realidad no tienes que entender esto tanto, en mi opinión, porque no existe forma de saber cuándo esto va a petar. Esto va a petar en total, reventar, explotar, como quieras verlo. Esto va a reventar en total cuando ocurra todo lo de los intereses, pero al revés de lo que piensas, cuando bajen los intereses en Estados Unidos. Porque todos ustedes creen, tíos, que la bajada de intereses va a ser alcista. Y vamos a llegar al momento, quiero que lo entiendan como se ve un gráfico de Bitcoin. Bitcoin antes de bajar, sube una vez más y después te da el putazo para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque crea una tendencia alcista. En tu mente va para arriba. Una vez que en tu mente pone va para arriba, ya no va a ir más para arriba. Una vez que llega a un fondo y toca más el fondo y mete en tu mente, y esto lo están viendo aquí en vivo, mete en tu mente que va a bajar más, ya no baja más el hijo de puta. ¿Ok? Por eso te están metiendo ahorita la idea de que los intereses van a subir, para que no te des cuenta que van a bajar. Y cada que los intereses han bajado, y esto es lo que ustedes se pierden porque piénsenlo, ¿cuántos de ustedes creen que intereses bajos es alcista? Ahora, es alcista a muy largo plazo, no como en el 2020. El 2020 fue, güey, no tenías que pagar renta. Eso fue lo que hizo que todo subiera como loco. No tenías que pagar renta, no tenías que pagar tu hipoteca, no tenías que pagar tus coches, no tenías que pagar tus préstamos, no tenías que pagar tu préstamo estudiantil, no tenías que pagar nada, güey. Y además te regalaban dinero. No me chingues. Por eso esa situación se volvió completamente ridícula y es lo que te intentaron vender con que solamente la bajada de intereses causó eso. No, 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 no. ¿Ok? La bajada de intereses en el 2000 fue lo que causó el .com, la caída del .com. La bajada de intereses en el 2008 fue lo que causó el colapso de las casas. La bajada de intereses de ahora, bueno, en el 2020 fue lo que causó el colapso de COVID, por más que te digan que fue el otro. La bajada de intereses que sigue en este momento viene de la subida de intereses más intensa de toda la historia, porque vienes de cero a donde fuiste hasta el tope, y ahora vienes con otra de esas bajadas gigantes. Esto es lo que tienes que comprender. Si hay inflación, si los precios de todo justificablemente suben porque te cuentan que hay inflación por X, Y o Z, por lo que quieras, eso quiere decir que hay mejores resultados en todas las empresas. Eso quiere decir que todo el mundo está gastándose más, les dan más crédito para poder continuar esta burbuja, que todo es una burbuja siempre, recuerden, todo es artificial, para poder continuar con precios subiendo. En el momento en que bajan los intereses es porque no hay la demanda. Eso quiere decir que estás en un periodo deflacionario. Cuando tienes deflación, tienes peores márgenes. Esto es lo que les he estado contando por un rato. Y la cosa es, no tengo fechas. No tengo fechas. Si tuviera fechas, sería un puto adivino, sería un crack y sería architrillonario. No me va nada mal. Pero no les tengo fechas porque luego se ponen, uy, llevas diciendo esto. Está jugando, ¿no? Y aún así me meto en la bolsa, me salgo, me meto en la bolsa, me salgo, me meto en la bolsa, me salgo. Y sigue pasando de acuerdo a lo que estoy viendo por narrativas, no por nada más. ¿Cuándo van a querer reventar esto? No tengo ni puta idea. Tengo sus sospechas que les puse en el video pasado, pero no tengo idea. Lo que tienen que comprender es esto de deflación. Cuando tengas la bajada esta vez, y esto es donde va a estar muy difícil poder medir lo que va a ocurrir sin saber cuál va a ser la respuesta, ¿ok? Porque te van a decir cuándo van a bajar tipos. La gente te va a decir que es imposible que los bajen. Pero fundamentalmente cambiamos el sistema monetario y es lo que estamos haciendo y es lo que hemos hecho por 6 años, poco a poco. Y es lo que has estado viendo con todas estas distorsiones. Por eso has visto todas las cosas que nunca en tu puta vida habías visto, porque están cambiando el sistema monetario paso a paso, están cambiando todos los túneles que le contaron a todo tu Paco favorito en la escuela, cómo funcionan y cuál es el resultado de A y de B, y luego por dónde sale esto. Están cambiando toda esa tubería, ¿ok? Por eso Paco no entiende lo que está pasando. Y los intereses van a bajar porque Estados Unidos literalmente creó un sistema que se basa en todas las empresas más grandes del planeta beneficiándose de Estados Unidos a través de este sistema que es el de las criptomonedas. Por eso Estados Unidos tiene que ser y ganarle a China en criptos, ¿no? Porque no están a punto de comprar tu pendeja monedita. Y, güey, qué chingón, ya le pegamos, ¿no? No seas vegano, ¿no? O sea, sé vegano, no hay pedo, está perfecto. Pero no seas de los que no se callan de ser veganos. No seas bitcoinero. Sé bitcoinero, pero cállate el puto hocico. No es por eso. Nada de esto se rige a través de tu puta monedita pendeja. Tu monedita pendeja es para traer a todo el mundo a un sistema de blockchain para que todo el mundo roguemos que nos lo metan por el ano para después cogernos con él, ¿ok? Es para todo lo que funciona. ¿Vas a beneficiarte? Sí. ¿Nos vamos a beneficiar nosotros? Sí, porque sabemos que los pinches veganos del mundo financiero, los bitcoiners, van a estar como pinches enfermos ahí intentando hacer la más cantidad de dinero con su avaricia y es lo que vamos a beneficiarnos de. Para resumir esto, para cerrar este pedo, ¿dónde puedo ver lo que va a pasar con el carry trade de Japón de la manera más clara? Así de fácil, ¿no? Y de nuevo, a lo que vamos es una bajada de intereses. Por ley. Por ley que ya existe, Genius Act 2027, vamos a una bajada de intereses. Sé que suena completamente loco y eso es lo chingón de esto. Porque hace un año nadie hubiera dicho que iban a subir los intereses, todo el mundo decía que iban a bajar ya, porque los estaban bajando. Entonces tiene que confundirte para que te equivoques acá. Y te lo voy a poner así de fácil. Ahí te va, permíteme compartirlo contigo. Voy a entrar acá. Voy a abrir una tabla X. A ver, hijo de tu puta madre. ¿Por qué no estás abriendo mi tabla X? Ok, ahí está. Me meto acá. Y se los he dicho 1000 veces. Mil veces. ¿Por qué hice un long con 400X, con 100X? Porque el peso dólar, el dólar está débil contra el peso. Esa es la primera señal. Entonces, ¿cuál es la señal correcta para poder ver esto del yen mejor? Porque si ves el yen, les voy a enseñar el gráfico, se complica un poco en la mensual. Se complica un poco con esto. Subida, bajada, subida, bajada, subida, ¿ok? No está tan en tu cara. Mámense esta. Es el yen dividido entre el peso. ¿Qué vergas pasó? Deme un segundito. USD JPY entre USD MXN. Ahí lo tienen. Esto es todo lo que tienen que ver. Esto de acá fue literalmente mayo del 2024 al fondo del reverse carry trade en septiembre. Luego tienes la recuperada de la bolsa hasta diciembre. Luego tienes la caída de los aranceles acá hasta abril del 2025 y luego tienes el subidongo. Tienes tu corrección acá y luego tienes esto. Esta es la tabla USD JPY / USD MXN. El yen dividido entre el peso es la que te da exactamente la tabla que tienes que ver para esto. Y adivinen qué, sigues en tendencia alcista, sigues por arriba del promedio del 5 y de todas estas cosas. Por eso les digo, es importante aprender a leer tablas. Aquí está toda la mamada que te están contando. Toda esta está en esta tabla. ¿Por qué? No tengo ni puta idea. Pero aquí está de la manera más sencilla de todas de verlo. Siempre y cuando esto no esté cayendo, eso no está ocurriendo. Y también tienes que ver esto. ¿Dónde está el fondo de este pedo? ¿Dónde hay un cambio completamente gigantesco en esta tendencia bajista que habías visto? Aquí, en marzo del 2020. ¿Qué ocurrió en marzo del 2020? Misteriosamente la puta pandemia de mierda, güey. Y desde entonces ha estado subiendo, 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 subiendo como su puta madre. ¿Ok? ¿Qué ocurre acá? El fondo del mercado bajista. ¿Qué pasa cuando continúa subiendo así? Es el bull run que has visto de todo, güey. De diciembre del 2022 hasta el reverse carry trade con los aranceles. Esta es la tabla de todo. Y ahí lo tienen, cabrones. Ahora, caigan a mi Discord. Acá les cuento a la gente que vino ayer. Les dije, salí de mis longs de la clase ayer. Nada mal, estamos contentos. Iban a darnos datos de gobierno hoy. Estoy fuera. En este hice un long de 100X y acá hice uno, güey, esta es una mamada de 400X. Nada mal para el tío Salo, que está ruco y viejito. Acá también en nuestro Discord, que es completamente gratuito, brother. Oye, brother, ¿es gratuito este pedo? Sí, güey, cabrón, ¿no? También tienen los análisis de Alex para todos ustedes. Tienen los análisis de Farhan por acá también. Y si tienen preguntas de cómo funciona lo que están diciendo, porque hay cosas que no entienden, todas las abreviaciones que usan, ahí las tienen, mis estimados. Con eso dicho, si quieren aprender a usar tablas, caigan a nuestro sitio web. Tenemos acá a leer tablas, ¿no? Para poder entender mínimo un poco de esto, caigan acá a nuestro sitio web y podrán ver que aquí tenemos literalmente el curso de trading que es de Cero a Trader, que es para principiantes. Puedes leer un gráfico como gran principiante y poder aprender este pedo. Muy recomendado porque empieza de lo más básico. Esta es la idea general. Solamente quiero que aprendan esto porque les va a ayudar a encontrar fondos, les va a ayudar a encontrar cuando haya reversas. No tienes que estar comprando y tradeando como degenerado como yo. Son apuestas para mí. Pero más allá de eso, me ha ayudado un chingo para poder entender con las noticias y lo que le están diciendo a todos ustedes cómo se mueve la bolsa. Más allá de eso, la manera más barata de aprender es ve el curso, dura 1 hora 40 minutos, velo un par de veces y luego cae estos en vivos que son gratis, güey. Y si llegas a tener preguntas, que es lo que normalmente pasa, también tenemos este paquetín donde sesiones de trading en vivo, puedes venir a preguntar a los en vivos todos los lunes, miércoles y viernes. Güey, puedes analizar esta tabla o qué es lo que está pasando. Y también ayer tuvimos una clase exclusiva con los miembros, que fue lo donde les platiqué de mi long, etcétera. Siempre salen los mejores trades en esas clases. No lo digo para vender esto, pero no sé por qué vergas los jueves son deliciosos para trades. Y acá tenemos este paquete donde tienes todas las 46 clases que hemos hecho, más de casi 160 horas de nosotros explicando cosas, además de que puedes venir a estas clases exclusivas que son 2 veces al mes, los jueves, y puedes preguntar todo lo que necesites para poder pulir esto. Y de aquí te puedes ir a donde sea, güey. Esta es la cosa más barata del mundo. Ayer tuvimos a un trader que estaba preguntando varias cosas que no entendía. Güey, ese güey viene de un sitio web donde cobran $10,000 por el curso básico. O sea, $10,000, cabrones. No mamen. No mamen. Y les juro, esto no es para hacerme rico, no me está cambiando la vida, ¿no? Vender un curso de $30 que tengo que dividir entre 3 pendejos. $10 por un curso no me va a hacer millonario. En contra de todo lo que todos ustedes van a creer, brothers. Quiero que de verdad aprendan porque esto me ha cambiado la vida. Espero, solamente me falta doblar mi dinero 2 veces más y con eso ya, a la verga todo el planeta. Estaría del otro lado. Para todos los que quieren aprender cómo se usa un exchange de futuros, vengan acá. Y también para todos los que estén aprendiendo cómo se usa un exchange de bots, tienen aquí abajo el de PIONEX, ¿ok? En la descripción de abajo para que puedan copiarle los bots a Alex y a Farhan. Y con eso dicho, vámonos de lleno a todo esto. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones. We finally got to Friday, and it's like we just blinked our eyes and it's Friday again. Nice.
Thank God.
Good for you. It's been a long one for me, so I'm glad that it went fast for you.
Yeah, it's been medium. I'm just ready to get to Monday. Get out of these Airbnbs.
Well,
Got
that
big
good for
dot-
you.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, big
Yes.
dot like background.
Yeah, it's amazing. That background, dude, it's fucking crazy.
It
I
looks like
appreciate
he's like Jesus with the
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing it on purpose. He's about to fucking start creating a cult or something.
It's my new group.
Who's going to share the charts? What are we looking at? Why are we
me.
bears today, boys?
I'll go first.
Yeah, we're finally getting that 65K busting through. There's a reclaim.
Just the move, dude. I'll take the move, you know?
Yeah, you were long yesterday, so that was good.
I killed it. I took my profits this morning.
too.
And how clean of that? Because we haven't broken from 65K, so that was like a picture perfect long you took yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I literally shed my pants. So it was just pure luck, honestly. I'll take it. And I'll just wait for the next one. What do you got for us, Mr. Farhano?
Alrighty. Let's go into the daily here on the Bitcoins. Quick. Alrighty. Daily momentum is still flipped up now, and it's very close to entering into the bullish control zone. We still do have daily bullish divergence here with a higher low on momentum, lower low on price. And that is currently playing out. And the bull moon is also currently still playing out. From when when we got the moon appearing, it was right around this region here, and we went to, slightly lower. And now, how much are we up from that moon? We went up about 2%. Excuse me. So if we do it somewhere around that 7 to 10% average move, that would bring us to 7% brings us to about $68,000, and 10% brings us to just around $70,000. And we are also moving from these gray dots here, which were previously resistance, and then we flip that into support, and we are moving to these gray dots on this ribbons indicator. And this is currently taking you towards this next band here, which is the bottom of the box, which is around $66,000. And then if we are going into the 2-day, we do currently still have this setup currently active, the 5 and over the 21 EMA, where whenever you get these crossing up in the middle of a downtrend, you do get a correction towards the 55. And then it's the same way towards the in an uptrend. Wherever you get them crossing down in an uptrend, you get a correction down to the 55. It doesn't have to happen exactly whenever you do get the cross. The rule is just that you don't take out that last major low before you get that test of that 55. So now you did get a retest down towards that low. You didn't take out the last major low, like take it out, and then from there you are getting the move upwards now, and the 55 is currently sitting around $67,300, right around that low $67,000 region. Currently, you are getting a little bit of resistance from these dots, although. So maybe this gives you a retest of somewhere around this 64,000 region, but sooner rather than not, you will get that move to the 55. And this setup does have a greater than 90% hit rate. It only failed one time out of 15 instances. And so that would say that as long as you're holding over on a closing basis $64,000, you are likely going to get that move into the 67 region soon. And anything else? No. So 12 hour also does have a fresh silver cross. I need to get some expansion off of that 9. Momentum is currently flipped down on the 12 hour with volatility going into contraction, and you're likely going to get a move down to retest somewhere around this 5 and 100 EMA at that point. We're around 67,600, 67,500, not 67, 64,700 to 64,500. Eight-hour now starting to flip back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm a local bottom and the divergence with any closure over $64,500, and then likely we'll get a retest somewhere around that mid 64 region, and then from there, we're likely we'll see some expansion into retesting these previous 67,000 highs. Four-hour now also getting a slight rejection here with momentum flipped up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. The divergence did confirm on this last 4-hour candle, and from here maybe you'll get a retest or somewhere around that mid 64 region, but I would look at that as a buy as long as we are closing over about $64,000, and then from there I would expect to test into that 66 at least. Two-hour putting a little bit of a top candle here. Let's see if there's any divergence. Not really. There's some bearish divergence, but it's pretty far back. And from here on the 2 hours, as long as you're closing over 64.9, this is likely going to come back up to 65s. Five is still flipped up, also still has bullish divergence. Let me make the moon faces disappear now. And 5 days now waiting for that closure over D9, and then that'll bring us into the 21 currently, which is around that 67,000 region. Weekly also still flipped up, also still has bullish divergence on the weekly. Weekly is also giving you a fresh buy signal here on the jewel, about to exit the bearish control zone. And you're once you get back over that the 9, that brings you into the 21, which is currently around $69,000. And you have been closing weeklies below this 9 since price was around about $70-ish thousand, mid $70,000 region. And right now you are closing over the 9 would also bring you in towards somewhere around this mid band, which is around $70,000 currently. Okie dokie, and let's go back to the daily. Daily also is still over that mid band, which is at around 64,500, 64,600, and that brings you in towards somewhere around $66,000. Going to the 2-day, going to 2-day also did get closures over that mid band right over here, and that brings you into this area, which is around 67. Let's go into CME. CME is also has a target towards or at least to reconnect with this mid band, which is around $66,600 currently, or 66.7. And on a daily, you got to move into that box after reclaiming this mid band, and then closures over this box, which is at around 66,000, like 66,000, brings you into these dots, and then this upper end of the box with a little stop here at 67.5. And CME does have a slight premium over spot price action, so that brings the spot maybe like into somewhere around 67.2, 67, somewhere in that low 67 region. A little pullback from there to somewhere around 66, and then extension into somewhere around 60, 68, 69. And that is only with closure over $67,000. Yeah, about 67,000, and that brings you into 69. If you reject 67,000, then you could just top out there. Okie dokie. Two-week also currently putting in possibility of bullish divergence with volatility expanding. Two-week is currently making its way towards that 5, currently still rejecting. It's at $65,300. If you can get closures over that 5, that would be first time you have done that since price was into the high 70s, and that would bring you in towards this blue box right around the 100 EMA with a stop around 67s, and then the 100 is sitting close to $69,000. Monthly is currently also still flipped up. Monthly is about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility currently contracting. Monthly currently does have a target of reconnecting with the 5, which is currently just below $67,000. Okie dokie, let's go into Tether. Tether is currently flipped down. You do have hidden bearish divergence, and currently are rejecting this mid band after deviating it. That does bring you down towards this a blue box and the 100 EMA around 8.2s. Mm, 12 hours putting in some hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over. Actually, you confirmed it here, but this will invalidate with any closure below 8.356%, which you are not. You went below, but now you're back above, and there's a silver cross at the downside. 4 hour also has hidden bearish divergence. You confirmed it in this last candle. Likely will reject somewhere around 8.4s. Okay. Let's go a little bit lower. Any divergence here? This closure is at 8.354%, and this one is at 8.366. So this is a higher low. So there's some hidden bullish divergence here, which will confirm with any closure over 8.373%, and that brings you towards somewhere around 8.4s. Okie dokie, go to the 2-day. 2-day has that set up to the downside with 5 EMA crossing below the 21. You had it cross right here. You front ran the 55. You got another move up, and now you're getting the cross again, and that gives you your move to the 55. It does have a greater than 90% accuracy rate, and that brings you down towards 8.2s. And it doesn't say that you can't go lower. This is a 55 is a minimum target. 5-day also putting in close to a local top. This will confirm with any closure below 8.315%, and currently you do have a target towards the mid band, which is around 8% flat. Alrighty. Let's see what else. And there's still bearish divergence on the weekly, or in the 5-day. Also on the weekly, but okie dokie. Weekly also still has bearish divergence. Weekly is close to putting in a local top here. This would confirm with any closure below 8.15%. But as of now, you do have a target towards this bottom end of the box or top end of the box around 8.3s. Okie dokie. Let's see what else is here. 2 week. Zoom out a little bit. 2 week, it does have possibility of hidden bullish divergence currently. It's going to require a closure over 8.659% to confirm. And the momentum is still flipped up. Somewhere around these dots would be your next target in the 8.2s. Monthly is still flipped down. Monthly is making its way back into this box, rejecting the top of the box, brings you down towards at least the 5, which is around 8.2s. More likely somewhere around the 9, which is in 7.7 to 7.78. And the monthly is losing the buy signal on the jewel. And the quarterly still has the target of that 55. Now you are deviating these dots, and that is at 7.7 to 7.8. Okie dokie, and let's go into RSI. Let's go to Tether first. Tether does have hidden bearish divergence on the daily. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8,000. I mean, not 8,000. I'm retarded. 8.588%. And on that hidden bearish divergence, you have hit the neutral zone. The neutral zone is currently sitting at around 8.47. So if you do come back to retest that zone, that is going to be resistance, and the next target from there is going to be the bearish control zone, and that currently does sit at just below 8.2s at 8.16. 12-hour currently has bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.375%. And you are now putting in hidden bullish divergence, I believe, because this is 8.375. This is 8.37. Actually, no, you are not, because you did make a slightly lower low. And from here, your next, and you did hit the easy target of the bullish divergence, which is the simple moving average. Simple moving average now it's around 8. Or the bearish control zone is now at 8.4, which is going to be resistance. Four-hour has hidden bearish divergence. Let me zoom in. You can basically hit the easy target. The simple moving average kind of front ran a little bit. Neutral zone is now at 8.4s, and the bearish control zone is at about 8.34. Any move into 8.4s, I am always a short. With this as the stop at 8.462. 2 hours putting in fresh bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over 8.373%. Gives you a movement to around 8.4 to 8.47. Mm. 2 days have many periods of 0% volatility. We'll put in a local bottom with any closure over 8.476, although you still have a local top here. And this will be a top as long as you're closing below 8.580%. Next target is the simple moving average at 8.22. Mm. 5 days still got bearish divergence. 2 periods of 0% volatility. 6 days got bearish divergence, extreme lows on volatility. Weekly's got bearish divergence. 2 weeks close to putting in bearish divergence. This will confirm with any closure below 8.150%. That gives you a move to 7.22. Slightly lines up with your 21. Monthly also currently putting possibility of macro bearish divergence between these 2 points, and this is going to confirm with any closure below 8.150%. Okay, now let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence here. You got multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence on the daily, and any closure over around about $65,000 would bring you towards somewhere around $67,000 next. What else? Okey-dokey. And any closure over around 60, 66, 9, so let's say 67, does bring you towards a 200 SMA on the daily, which is around 70,000. Although this somewhere around this region is like where you're likely going to top out, if you even reach there. 12-hour has fresh hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 64 to 280. You have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. That level does currently sit at 64.3. That is your support currently. Oh, that's right around your 9. Would be a little scary move to retrace almost this entire pump ski, come back to the 9 of this fresh silver cross, and then busting action and then squeeze out all these shorts again. That's pretty much what this move is so far. Nothing really organically buying the price, or not really spot Bitcoins moving it, just kind of more so futures squeezing. So and usually those futures squeezing price going up gets unraveled and goes back the other way, and then you make lower lows. 8 hours putting in fresh bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over $64,800, and then this gives you a move into around 68.5. But this level will update in about an hour and 40 minutes. And you got extreme lows on volatility. 4-hour fresh bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 64,250. You have hit the easy target. Let me zoom in, which is a simple moving average. The bullish control zone is currently sitting at 64.8. That is support. 2 hours putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any closure below about 65,000, and then this gives you a move down into somewhere around 64.4. Hourly put in a local top. This gives you a move towards the bullish control zone, sitting at around 64.7 to 64.3. Two days got many periods of 0% volatility. And you got a local bottom. The simple moving average is at 66.1. 30 is about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This closes today. This is going to, with volatility at 0%, this is going to confirm with any close over 65,377. And then this gives you a move into the critical zone, which is going to update, but currently it's sitting at 75. So probably going to go through somewhere around like low 70s. Probably towards the 55, which is at 70,000. And you do have that inverse herp and DARP here. 5-day also still has bullish divergence, now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. They'll confirm with any closure over 65,376, and that gives you a move towards somewhere around, let's see, 73-ish. But this will update in 1 day, and volatility is at 2 periods of 0% on the 5-day now. Weekly currently has active hidden bearish divergence. From there, you did enter into the bearish control zone, and now the edge of the bearish control zone sits at 68.2, and that is going to be resistance. What else? And weekly is now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. It's trying to put this in as the weekly higher low. If you can't get a closure over about $67,000, that would give you weekly bullish divergence. That would be 3 drives or hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, and then that would give you a target towards 21, and that is right now right just below, just around $69,000. 2-week also has possibility of bullish divergence. 2-week is now exiting the bearish control zone, and this is going to be this will bring you towards the neutral zone, which is right now at 76, but this will update. And monthly is still in the bearish control zone, still has bearish divergence. Your bearish control zone is currently sitting at 79,000. This level will update several times. Let's go down a little bit. Trying to reclaim 65. You just got a 2-hour closure. You're about to get a 3-hour closure. 3 hours got hidden bullish divergence. Just about to get volatility expansion. Down to the hourly. Trying to bounce off this 9. Let's check out. Trying to put in a local bottom here. Bullish control zone's at 64.7. You went down to exactly 64.7. Trying to put in some hidden bullish divergence here. And this will confirm with any closure over 65,000 basically. That brings you into about 65.8, 65.9. We're gonna enter into the gambling time frames here. You're starting to get a little rejection here, but you are putting in some more hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closures over 65,000 basically. Actually, no, 64.8 to be actually, and that'll take you upwards towards somewhere around 65.6. Let's go back to the hourly. Okie dokie. Two-day local bottom, makes multiple periods of 0%. Quarterly still got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. And your next target is going to be somewhere around $49,000 to $46,000 on that divergence. And 6 months got 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 107,200. And your next target is somewhere around 49,000 to 46,000. And you got resistance at the 5 right around 70,000. Okie, let's go back a little bit. See how these very low time frames are turning out. Alrighty, let's go into momentum. Okay. And let me set this real quick. Set my stop loss or change it. 64, 750, 560. Awesome. All right, daily is currently flipped down with a derp of death, and volatility is at many periods of 0%. And you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.54%. $12 is currently also flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.44%, with volatility now expanding above 15%. Let me get a little sipski of this Coke Zero, getting a little dry mouth. I actually didn't know before I came to Chicago that the magic plant is legal here. Didn't know that. Nice surprise. 8 hours currently flipped up with volatility at 0%. And it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.36, which is close to flipping down. And kind of looks like you're putting in a local top here. This will confirm a local top with any closure below 8.416%. 4 hour also kind of breaking down here. You're getting volatility starting to tick up from 0%. You got momentum flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone. It is going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.4%. 2 hours also putting in a top, putting in a nice shooting star dildo here. You're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.44%. Hourly also putting in a top candle, flip down, going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.35, which you're slightly over at the moment. Nice rejection on the 15-minute also. This will flip down if you can close below 8.34%. Two-day is currently at many periods of 0% volatility, with momentum close to flipping down, and it will flip down if you can close below 8.34%. And that will be a rejection of the bullish control zone. Okie dokie. 5-day currently flipped down and going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.82%, with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. Weekly is also currently flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.69%. It's actually 8.68, but we'll say 8.69 because it sounds better. Nice. 2 week is also close to flipping down with bearish divergence, and this will flip down as long as if you close below 8.76%, which you are below. And with that bearish divergence, last time you had bearish divergence with momentum flipping down with volatility at extreme lows was right over here in December of 22, which was the bear market bottom. Monthly also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.22%, which you are above at the moment. So if you were to keep momentum to the downside, we do have to close below this number, which means lower on tether. And you got that macro bearish divergence appearing. And quarterly still is flipped up with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing with hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Let's go to the daily, go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is currently flipped up on the daily, has hidden bullish divergence with volatility at extreme lows, starting to tick up now, and momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $63,000 with the derp of life. 12 hours also flipped up with volatility now giving you a touch and go expansion setup of the 15%, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 64,050 or 64,100, let's say, and you are now working on a second closure over the 100 EMA, and this volatility setup does bring you upwards towards somewhere around $67,200 to $68,000 for this 12-hour 200. And 8 hours also flipped up within the critical zone with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 64,950, 65,000. And by the way, that SpaceX thing was like one of the most obvious things in the planet, where everyone was talking about how much shares are about to get unlocked and how it was about to nuke the next day. Very obvious when everyone thinks that. It's probably not going to do that. Probably going to do the reverse. Probably going to put in a green dildo into their bungles, and it's kind of doing that at the moment. Very obvious move. I am kind of salty. I did not do anything on that. Rarely is it ever that obvious. 4 hours now, also starting to expand on volatility now, or getting above the moving average. 4 hours also freshly flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 64,850. 2 hours also flipped up with hidden bullish divergence and a derp of life. Volatility is now doing the touch and go setup of the 15%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 64,400. I was previously out of my long at around 60, 65, 1. I did re-enter on this move to 64, on 64.8, not exactly at 64.7, but my stop is at this wick low now. Very tight to hit 64.7. 64,750 to be exact. Momentum is currently flipped up. It's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 65.2, which you're slightly below as of this moment. Okie dokie. 2 days currently also very close to flipping back up with volatility at many periods of 0%, and it will flip back up if you can close over 65,050, 65,100 here, slightly over that number. You do have a day and 10 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And if you do flip back up here, this will be a rejection of the bearish control zone. And that brings you upwards towards the 55, which is right now lining up with my meme line at 67,250. What else? And there is somewhat of a bastardized ascending triangle here. If you're a pattern bro, that brings you towards this 100, right around 71, 72,000. 5 days also currently still flipped up with bullish divergence. Volatility is at 2 periods of 0%, and all of the higher time frames are now starting to get into alignment with each other. Usually, these do happen whenever you get your big busting action moves to the upside or busting action or nuking action moves to the downside. The 5 days currently flipped up with bullish divergence with volatility 2 periods of 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $60,700. Weekly is also flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $62,100. Going to the 2-week, this is the big one. This is very close to flipping back up, and usually whenever the 5-day, the weekly, and the 2-week are in alignment, that's when you get your trending moves. And you are currently you will flip back up if you can close over 62,550. You do have 9 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But if you do flip back up over this number, this will flip the 2-week back up. This will put in bullish divergence on the 2-week plus volatilities at extreme lows on the 2-week. You have a setup here, and this will be biased towards the upside if this momentum does flip back up with the closure over 62.6. But I don't think this is going to just be straight upwards and onwards to the heavens from there. After this does confirm, I do think you still will get a little pullback, probably get a rejection of somewhere around that 67, 68 region, get a nice little pullback, maybe correct somewhere around 60, 63, 64, somewhere in that region, and then from there that setup likely plays out towards somewhere around that low $70,000 region. Although I still think that you're going to get a rejection in that region. Another rejection from the silver cross, come back down to retest these lows, maybe make a new low at that point, and then you'll get that bounce and then the real trending move, and that will be probably sometime towards like next year, something like that. That move upwards, whatever we get right now, I still think is going to put in a macro lower high, and then probably are going to come back down. Best case scenario, retest these lows, and then get your move up. Worst case scenario, make a slightly new low, somewhere around 57, 56, somewhere between 57 to 53,000, and then upwards and onwards. Best case scenario, retest these lows somewhere around $60,000, $58,000, and then come back up. Either the worst case scenario and the best case scenario do lead with lower high and then coming back down and retesting the lows. What I think is the most unlikely scenario is just up up and no down, just up, and $1 million unlikely. Although it's pretty easy to say that because it's pretty unlikely. All right. Monthly is currently flipped down. This pivot did go up slightly. It was at 64. Now it's at 65, and it will flip back up if you can close over 65,750. And if this does flip back up on the monthly, this will invalidate this monthly volatility setup. This will put in a reclaim of the 55, and then from there you are likely going to see a retest of the edge of the critical zone, and that lines up with the idea that you likely will see a little rejection and then a retest of the lows, and then your real move to the upside if you get it. And since you got volatility expansion to the downside, volatility would go into contraction if this does flip back up, and volatility contraction would then take you upwards, which will be a retest of somewhere around your monthly 9, which is around 72,000, but it will drop within free close. And quarterly is still flipped down as long as you're closing below $113,200. This pivot went up significantly. So let's go back down a little bit. All right. So now with all of your the low/medium time frame setups, I do think you will see some continuation to the upside, mainly based off of the bull moon plus the 2-day setup. They both do give you similar targets. The bull moon setup brings you towards somewhere around that previous June high. Also the 2-day 5 and 21 EMA setup, where you get a minimum retest of that 55 with a greater than 90% accuracy rate, brings you towards somewhere around 60 low 67s. So I do think somewhere around that region you will very likely get a rejection, probably sweep these previous highs of 67.2, probably take it to somewhere around 67.5, 68, get a slight rejection from that region and come back down and retest 64s. And then if you can hold $64,000 on a retest, then from there I'm expecting that move into somewhere around that low $70,000 region. And I do think it's going to top out somewhere in that zone. And as of now, if you were to reject 65,500 and then close back below $64,000, I also think that'll be the top signal. And then no more 67,000, and then probably just going to come back down to 62s, likely get a slight bounce. That'll probably fail, and then you're going to go sub 50. Or sub 60, and then into the sub 50s. But right now I am leaning towards that move to 67, rejection, move to 64s, retest, and then it's 60, and then around 70. But I am still open to the idea of rejecting 65.5. I think it's a little bit less likely with the 2-day setup and plus the bull moon to reject that. I think it's probably just going to go towards 67 from here.
Very beautiful. Yeah, for me, I'm very happy to finally see maybe a breakout at this current region. Been talking for the last few, I mean, it seems like a few weeks. Let's see here. Since July 23rd, maybe a breakout, maybe a breakdown. And so it's going to be very nice to see some kind of follow through here if, and it's a big if, we actually get the closing basis. Now, to me, really, it's just been a wait and see since June, with bias more towards downside targets, unless you actually get back above $65,000. So with today's move up, this was good. You even held the bias trigger on the moving averages, and you even got expansion up. Notice that volatility is now touching tips with the moving average. So a move is like literally potentially about to fire off. And in this case, then it should be really no issue for bulls to get the 65K reclaim, in my opinion. And that'll be the easy flip-flop on shorts. I think then really you're going to see a lot of shorts covering and people actually flipping long, maybe even causing a squeeze here. I would be really still on the camp that you should be waiting for the daily candle closure, because what we've seen this past consolidation, at least again since June, has been we'll get these nice moves up and then Bitcoin cannot hold 65K. Again, nice move up and then it just can't hold 65K. Most recently here in July, got a nice move up, but just could not hold 65K. And look how dramatic these sell downs are actually. I mean, these are producing bearish engulfings, 3.2%, $2,000 down in one day. But again, just notice no breakouts. So are things shifting here? And are we actually about to see a move that might actually take us up to around that $67,000 target, being just your daily EMA 100? The more closing bases you actually get above 65K, will mean it is going to be more likely now that we are going to actually break away from this really chop that we've been experiencing, and perhaps even start trending up towards 70,000. Now, for me, it's really just a level to level basis. And when you really look at this kind of consolidation, to me, it ties in really nicely with as long as 65K holds, you will move up. You noticed here back in really the beginning of this year, every single time Bitcoin went down to 65K, it just was not breaking down. The consolidation literally on 65K, well, firstly happened quite a while, right? We were pressing it for a little bit, but not losing that actually sparked that move up into the 70s. And you can even see it sparked it into the 75s, almost 76K region, or basically 76K. I forget, Bitcoin went up to $76,008 in that zone. So for me, it's very easy to flip flop bull here. Let's just actually get the reclaim. It's just been the same thing we've been talking about. Really, I mean, since that move in August 5th, we've just been simply waiting. Now today we might actually see that, and that is brought to you because of the lower time frames like the 12-hour. You are now basing off the 12-hour 5 and back above the 12-hour EM at 100. Now, last time we were doing this is what caused Bitcoin to break out. The most recent occurrence on that was when we had that move up all the way up to that 67K mark. Again, that's an important thing to understand because, again, in this high, when we go to the weekly, that's potentially where the next lower high is brewing. So if Bitcoin is brewing a setup potentially, it's all potentially still until today. Maybe it's going to move us up to that high, same target, same region. Again, that could be an implication of, yeah, maybe bulls are gaining strength on the higher time frames and actually changing things on the weekly. For me, though, we did see that nice move up from 65K. This did provide almost a 3%, essentially a 3%, 2.94% move up. That was off of the 12-hour EM at 100, reclaiming, expansion off the 5, and getting a reclaim at 65K. So you can see you've gotten both criterias. You just now need the reclaim at 65K. And in doing so, you literally could just see a nice expansion, green dildo up to 66K, and possibly higher, as shown here on the daily EM at 100. But in all honesty, I'm just waiting now for bears to show up if this is truly going to be a bear move. And again, this has just been the same thing we've been saying. If we aren't going to reject 65K, then you're just simply going to reclaim it. And then at that point, it is just going to be a very easy long trigger, I do believe. So we can keep going now. I think the higher time frames are interesting, daily and above. We understand now the 12-hour, what we need to get on this 12-hour close, 65K. That'll play into the daily. And understand you have not retested your 12-hour EM at 100. So if you wanted some fuckery today, it could be a retest aggressively back above today, closes, and then you expand up. Or just a rejection here. And you'll know Bitcoin is rejecting if you actually get back under 64.4. Rejection of 65 moves down to 64.4 will equate to a move down to 62.2. Remember, that can happen very fast if bears actually show up. Big F too on that. Bears have not been showing up, especially since the start of August. It's actually just been decimation of bears and aggressive bears here. Moving up, essentially we're looking for a breakdown, and you've just now taken the top side of that wick. So anyone who is literally shorting, making money on that major move down, and I'll go on the daily, it looks more dramatic, right? On this move up, anyone who made money or was holding, thinking we were getting the breakdown, and granted, I literally thought this was going to do something, now actually got taken out. So now it's a free market again, how I'm looking at it, right at 65K with volatility still on the cusp of firing off. But yeah, I mean, look at it, very dramatic sell-offs, but just nothing is sticking for bears. And I do have some two side points. I do still think if we do go to 62.2, that's not going to hold. So then in theory, you really as a bull should see 65K get reclaimed, because then the risk will just be either a little range here before the reclaim. But again, deviations under 65K every time have resulted into moves down to 62.2. We can see here right there as well, right there. And then I guess just simply Yeah, no, and then even here too. I was gonna say this one was a failure, but no, it went down to 62 too as well. So, and that idea, then we really should see 65K hold. There should be like no question about that. Because I agree 100%. Things are looking a lot more bullish on the lower time frames, and even Bitcoin is in a breakout. So we are in a breakout on the daily. This should stick, and bulls even have volatility. We're literally supporting them. So, in my opinion, if you don't see 65K hold today, okay, that'll be a telling point. We're just still back within this range. And in all honesty, you just got to see 65K reclaim on the daily 12-hour to flip bull here. I think really that was the easy trigger last time when we were going up. Once you just got the 12-hour reclaim, it was just a kind of like an immediate profit trade. You just immediately went up. Before then, you were making these really bad wicks to the downside and up of 1.5%, basically a 2% chop zone before just an easy 3% pop. So I'm just saying that just to kind of, reiterate what I've been saying. I'm fully willing to go long on Bitcoin and actually start looking for higher, which is the daily EMI 100, which will kind of act as like that mid range for me before the SMA 200. It's just kind of in the middle of that 70s, 66, 65. So it kind of makes sense because 69,000 remains a big spot and it will get solidified really as days go on. You will start seeing this daily SMA 200 move down towards 69K. I really, that would be a nice thing for bulls and bears. If you do even get the breakout, SMA 200 is at 69,000 and we get a reclaim of that. Wow. I mean, how much of a bull indicator do you need if you get a previous cycle high thrown in with an SMA 200 on daily? Mixed in then with that monthly EMA 9 possibly getting reclaimed, or at minimum just the 5, right? That could be the target up to the 34. So really, I mean, 65K will start opening up major bull moves for me, but that's also why I'm now just a little cautious here still, and I have been for this entire month. I've just been really not trusting this move, in all honesty, and I'm fully willing to flip flop once we get a 65K reclaim. Now we'll keep going. You will notice that you're just not really breaking out per this range yet. It doesn't mean it won't break out. And what I just showed you on the 12-hour means really Bitcoin bulls simply could just be waiting for 65K tonight. But really notice the 2-day, 3-day, you're just still pressing the moving averages very close to an actual big move. But again, just solidifies why 65,000 is pretty much a major zone here for bulls. This is really what's going to solidify the next leg up. And even this 2-day has a target. If you get back above this 34, which mind you has been lost since May, and really it could not sustain closures above. And the last failure was back in July, before we actually went down back to 62.2. If you get back above the zone, which is right next to 65,000, so that's 65.3, Bitcoin will actually lift up to 72,000. And with this 2-day volatility setup, I mean, being a major one, you do have to be considering this setup just on the possibility of a reclaim, just firing off. I mean, we've seen actually very nice moves off this 2-day EMA 34. You can see here on that move down in January, it got rejected in March, the 34 on the 2-day. And then you can see you got chopped right at that 34. Once it actually got the reclaim, you can see Bitcoin was in kind of a chop zone here. And then once it got the reclaim is when we got the expansion out of there. So you can also use it as kind of confluence as well on maybe why you shouldn't be an aggressive bull until you see that reclaim at 65. Because last setup literally did spark a pretty easy move up to that 100. Just to the 100 off the 34. That was a 13.5% move. So let's measure that off the 34 to the 100, even less, 10.8. And mind you, this is a very different setup. This was very logical, straightforward to the book, but there was no volatility set up here. Versus here, you're just in a monstrous volatility setup on the 2-day. So you can actually use this 2 days confluence even on when you're really going to break out on Bitcoin, just per the last setup. This will spark the 10% move. If volatility fires off, then what is stopping it from maybe even going higher? But again, that is why the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations lie at 65. So we can keep going. 3-day 21, get a reclaim of that will take you up to 67, and then that's important, still significant, because this setup is telling you you'll get the weekly trend shift potentially. And that, once we go to the weekly, I'll talk about. But that 67,000 region, this wick high rejection is very important for bulls to actually take out. In doing so, that'll be the first signs of life on like the higher time frames for us, and especially when you start seeing those pivots dramatically swerve down, like on the weekly and biweekly. Biweekly almost confirmed up. Weekly definitely is confirmed up. You really then should start seeing the weekly either break out of here or break down, like Farhano mentioned. Now, if you end up getting the trend shift on the weekly, I'm going to use that as, or at least taking out the previous rejection wick high. You should be using, trend based on closing bases. But for me, I like trading this Wild West with wicks. So when you go to the weekly here, you can see that really bulls are trying to get this wick high taken out. This will solidify this region being a higher low at 62.2. That'll then start guaranteeing the bulls they're not going to retest 62.2 anymore. Because remember what I mentioned, probably if you retest 62.2, it's going to break down again. And then at that point, you are producing bullish price structure to the upside. Now we can see that really, I mean, when we do take out these wick highs in this bear market on the weekly, it has led to traps. But what we can say is the fact that we are right at the weekly SMA 200 and potentially getting a bullish reclaim, again, potentially means that this area is a little different actually, and we should be looking at maybe the expansion, the reclaim of the weekly 9, and possibly the takeout of the previous wick high rejection as more of a sign than what we've seen before. So what do I mean by that? This entire bear market, you've just been taking out the previous wick high rejection, potentially being in a major uptrend. You were in an uptrend here, but like here, right, you were potentially even getting a closing basis above the last one, putting in a higher high. No higher low could stick. We broke down. Same here, taking out the previous wick high rejection, putting in bullish price structure. 82,000 rejected, higher low couldn't stick, and then we made the next leg down. But I would actually be flip-flopping that idea if we actually do start seeing 65K get reclaimed, because really, I mean, the last times you've been flirting with the SMA 200 has marked bottoms or major legs down. So like here, we're flirting with it, kind of like what we're doing now. Not dumping away from it, reclaiming it, losing it. Once you did actually break from the SMA 200 above with force, you were basically bottomed out. I think that's very significant, especially in this region, based on the biweekly silver cross that has occurred. Because remember what we talked about just a few days ago on the biweekly, and I think this is very important and at least will help us really gauge if a bottom is in on Bitcoin. Now, when you throw on your silver cross metrics on the biweekly, I think it becomes very interesting because we had the silver cross occur on the biweekly, and with what we know on these biweekly silver crosses, majority of the time, right, three out of four, I believe, did lead to new bottoms. The only one that didn't was 2018. We can show that real fast. Silver cross, no new bottom. And what's important here is once the silver cross occurred, and then we actually got back above the 5, Bitcoin bottom was in. Now we can backtest this ourselves because we just looked at that just like I think last week. So let me just double check that. So here's the silver cross. You can see here the 5. We're actually pressing it now. So Ken plays into the idea that this is a big region of interest for bulls. No new lows though since the silver cross, right? So it's in limbo. It is still in a downtrend. The pivot's very close to flipping up. Need the closure in 9 days, as Farhano mentioned. That'll all give us confluence of, maybe this is flipping more bull than the regions we've seen here, because the biweekly pivot has not been able to flip up. So if that does end up flipping up, that'll be a major sign. in the midst of this biweekly silver cross. Because if we start going here, you can see the biweekly silver cross in 2022 actually is what took price down. And you can see when you got back above the 5 and the 9 and held it, this is actually what sparked the bottom on the biweekly. So yeah, it was the 5 and the 9, both of these combined. And then here the 5 and the 9 held, and this is what's actually confirmed to you that the bottom was in, and the silver cross was essentially diminished. Here was 2018. This was the failure, but again, this still told you, based on just the 5 and the 9 getting back above on the biweekly, that the bottom was in on Bitcoin, and it was. You did lose the 5 and the 9 here, but notice you didn't actually take the bottom out. So that's very helpful, in my opinion, for us in this current region. And then we can keep going here. It was 2015. Silver cross occurred. You did actually take out the lows. The 5 and the 9 did hold, but you're going to actually notice that, and people will look at this and then scoff and say it doesn't work, but you didn't actually get the retest, right? And you're going to notice that, like, what needs to occur is the biweekly 5 and 9 after a silver cross to the downside and trend occurs has to actually get a reclaim and hold. And that means a retest. So you did expand up. And let's actually measure that move. I'm just curious. Oh, wow, like 24%. But yeah, no, could not hold the 5 and the 9. That got lost. And remember, this was the silver cross retest and no real reclaim of the 5 and the 9. And that's what took you to a new low on Bitcoin. But then look what did actually get the reclaim, the 5 and the 9. And look what continued to hold. And then that confirmed the bottom. You did actually get the retest here of the 5 and the 9 here. And that's it. So 3 worked, 1 didn't. But all confirmed a bottom on the biweekly once the 5 and the 9 were reclaimed, retested, and held after the silver cross. So that's relevant to us now. Silver cross has occurred. So that's in. So now 2 things are going to occur, up or down, hashtag up or down. No, but like a bottom is either going to be met or it's already in. And so that's important because if you really start breaking away from 65K and taking out 62.2, you do still have to just have the bias that you are going to potentially be in breakdown just based on the silver cross. But understand that if you do break out from here and get back above the 9, yeah, I mean, this is then going to start really solidifying that even if we're in a silver cross and even if we haven't tested the 21, and that would be at like 70, like maybe 75,000, it doesn't matter because in every cycle, if we've gone back above both the 5 and the 9 and retested and held, it has just led to the bottom. And so that is important because we are testing the biweekly 5 today. And you can see here that you haven't really tested the biweekly 5 since really, I mean, the last biweekly. And that is what gave you some fuckery is once you got into that biweekly 5. You can see here that price did try to hold it. And you just got a major red dildo down from it. So you're not out of the woods yet as a bull. And really, if you are trying to be bearish, I still stand on what I said yesterday. If you've been a bear and you've been trying to be a bear and you're holding shorts, because remember, we still have that stop loss around 66.1. Now's the time, in my opinion, to still kind of be a bear and even look to see some follow through now. I was saying that Wednesday. I was looking at really maybe a top yesterday. So it got taken out, fine. But the trades are still valid. It does not matter if we're looking for tops or bottoms. It just matters about the trigger. And so the trigger for me will always be a reclaim at 65K. And if we do get a daily candle closure back above, I will just be looking for 1, 2, or even just if the 12-hour starts closing 2 closures above, I might just look at that as good. My sentiment will shift and my vibe will shift once we get back above 65K, I promise you. I'm not a perma bear. I just still need to be more convinced. And that's it. It's very close to convincing me, actually. And it might actually do that today. And that would be beautiful because then that means that, okay, cool. The short chop is over for us. We can then start longing up and get a very easy setup that actually busted Bitcoin up last time, but you didn't have a major volatility setup on the 2-day. So that could actually play into the idea that, okay, yeah, maybe a bottom is forming here. Maybe the lows aren't going to get tested, but then you really do need to see this break out and get back above 69K. And again, remember at that point, hopefully daily SMA 200 will be near 69K, giving bulls a pretty easy area on when to actually start calling for maybe a bull market. So I'm really ready to start long in Bitcoin. Just want to be convinced yet. I'm not gonna close my shorts and flip flop here when I basically have been a bear all August, and well, that didn't work. We went to 64.3. We're just not too far within this range. We're not really breaking out, so nothing really has shifted too much until 65. It's just more closer in bull's hands at this point on the daily. So be fully aware of that, and watch the regions that we've given and the stop losses, and understand if you are holding the short and you have your stop loss around this region, mine's at 66.1, then you can cut the trade as soon as 65K gets lost on the daily, because now the range is opening up, and it will be more likely you're going to just be into this range. And right, the chop that we've experienced most likely won't hold, and keep doing this. Hopefully not. You will actually hold 65K. So we can keep going now. We talked about the weekly, bi-weekly, 2-day, 3-day. The 5-day also is getting potentially back above the 9. This should at least sober aggressive bulls up, in my opinion, because even the most bullish bulls are saying, okay, awesome, we're breaking out, we'll get back above 65K. Into next week, we'll do probably an epic wick down, a little past 65K, retest that 5-day 9. And if we're going to be very bullish, you'll just expand off the 5-day 9. That'll play right into the weekly SMA 200 getting a retest as well. So again, just even the most bullish bulls aren't really longing this yet. They're just looking at this as, yeah, we're finally getting the move, the reclaim of the 9. And understand every move up on Bitcoin has been off of the 5-day EMA 9. And even lower time frame moves, big moves. But moves up occur once the 5-day EMA 9 does hold and get retested. You get the expansion. Holds, retest, you get the expansion. Even the most recent leg up, right? 5-day EMA 9. Okay, green dildo. We did get the retest and then we went up. Okay, cool. Failures do occur. Failures do occur. So you get the point. It's why maybe just like max longing here still isn't wise. Yeah. Wise yet. Luckily, this 5-day is closing in 1 day. So that's great news for us, because this will give us a very easy long into maybe the next week, potentially Sunday next week. And that's why I was saying yesterday, this is more in bear territory to do something than longs, really. Longs now had the easy move up from 62 up, but into next week will be really when longs are favored again. And that makes sense when you're in like a weekly SMA 200 SFP. You have to then start looking for longs to get expansion out there, like what we were doing before. We got the SFP here. Never got lost. Hopefully, I'm praying to Bull Jesus we can finally get some get out of this chop zone that we've been in for really since June and now August. So over 2 months now. It's been not fun. I will say that has not really been the funnest. You've been trading a 5% range all summer. Now let's go to the monthly. Let's see if anything has shifted here. No, you can just see like why 65K is important on the monthly as well. You can see that low in March was an important low, and that's really what took price all the way up to the 80s. It was just at 65K. You can just do it yourself. Go to March, go to the low. That was at 64,960. So that's why that's a big spot. You are currently under that now on Bitcoin. Okay, so yeah, nothing else on Bitcoin. Daily's gonna be very important, and yeah, need bears to flex here if they don't want to lose control. Because what would mean is really getting back above 65. You're testing like big. Is this a bear market level kind of zones, right? Because now you have the opportunity to go up to the 100. You reclaim my daily EMA 100. Well, not mine, but just the daily EMA 100. That instantly shuts off my aggressive short rule until the SMA 200. So that means no more shorting until you reach SMA 200. And then, like what we've been saying this entire bear market, that's going to be the first big sign on if we're going bull, just simply getting back above the SMA 200. So pretty big regions here. Let's watch carefully the closings. No FOMO. Next week, it will favor bulls if we get the closings. And so that means that now bears literally have to step in. And if they don't, they're spineless. And we're probably going to go up to 67, where that will start looking like a trend shift. That will start looking like we are, potentially trend shifting. And this was a higher low at 62 too. And then that's where longing can become a little more easier. You have like a pretty easy point of interest on where you're wrong.
How would you feel about a little touch of the SMA 200 on the daily every single time it's done in 2018, 2022? That's the end of the bear market. Just touching it.
Let's see. It just gives it a little touch. No one needs to know.
It breaks like through the first time, every single time. It does like the bullshit move that he did like right now to 82, that where he didn't touch it. And then he did also in 28. I mean, obviously 2018, it was identical. But once he touched it, it broke out.
Yeah, and then the issue for me is just simply the fact that we just haven't tested it many times, because the breakout here occurred after. Did he touch it here 2 times?
Nope.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. So technically, no. It only touched it once. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. So it touched it 1 time, second time broke through reclaim. Got near it, but nothing. Let's go to 2015. Once. Yeah, what a bugger. Didn't even test it there. Close to it though, like very close again. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it's like it loses it, it touches it once, it final or initial expansion down, and then really gets close to it, and it did previous cycles too, but doesn't actually hit it. It just only once it actually hits the SMA 200 is when it most likely breaks it the second time. Not gets near it, but hits it actually. It does then start breaking it out. Let's see this cycle now. Goodness. So you never hit it here. Here was your first tap, your initial move down. So the implication here is then, yeah, if this hits it again, you're going to break out potentially.
And it's very low.
And what's nice about that is then potentially, right? Potentially your biweekly 5 and 9 are getting the reclaim. And then that's when this starts looking like a bottom. In the midst of this biweekly silver cross, that's when we can start really putting the pieces together and then saying, yeah, then this starts looking like the bottom is it on Bitcoin officially, potentially. Because every single time, because if that does correlate, we can just use that with the biweekly too as confluence. Because if every cycle you've hit it 1 time, dumped, and then the second retest broke through it and that was the bottom, then we can just use that if it breaks through it with the biweekly reclaiming the 9 and 5. It's basically a done deal, honestly. So that's an interesting point. Didn't even notice that, because I would have looked at it as, yeah, it got hit a few times, and that's what I was saying. But technically speaking, no, it did not, actually. So very interesting point there. And so what then I say is, yeah, this is then makes 65K even a greater spot. Because if you're then reclaiming it and moving up to the EMA 100, if that gets a reclaim, then the implication is literally you just break out from here. So then your daily EMA 100 is the big spot that bulls reclaim. That gives them the setup to the SMA 200. And that will mean you're going to then break out. So I really do need to see if bears are going to still hold the bear market true. You got to kind of reject here. And if not, then at the daily EMA 100. But yeah, that's an interesting point, because I would have then put a lot of weight at 69K. And then there's your confluence and why you're not putting a lot of weight on 69K. And that honestly makes a lot of sense, because over time, then this will move down and 69K will match with the SMA 200. And then there's your kind of like confluence on maybe why this will slice like butter and actually trap shorts. So very interesting stuff. That's I can see the vision. I can see it. But I want to play it. So let's just get back above 65K. And I'll be very happy to play that because it'll really then start really solidifying a bottom potentially once you get back above that 100, which wouldn't be too far off. And then that's also lines up with maybe that weekly getting the trend shift, the weekly 9 getting reclaimed. And well, now you're starting to check the boxes off on if we're in a bear market or not. My 3 bear market criterias are weekly EMA 9, monthly 9, daily SMA 200. So, and luckily they're all kind of near each other now. So we can keep going. That's interesting point though. Glad you mentioned that because I can just keep that in the back of my head. And so really tether dominance, disappointing redheaded stepchild, really. It was looking very weak the last few days. And we were hoping that that was just going to act as almost like a trap because while that was looking bad, the monthly still was looking constructive, in my opinion, on like the HBDR, I believe. Okay, no, it was then the biweekly. Yeah, it was the biweekly. And just basing off the biweekly 5. That's what it was. HBDR biweekly median shifted down. You have the target up, testing the highs, looking for the biweekly 5. The issue is you've just wicked below it again. And so what we were talking about last stream was the fact that the dailies weren't taking out the previous lows. And so we can see here, we have the lows. We can actually do it on the 2-day. Right, and so we were really saying that if tether dominance is going to look bad here, but maybe get a move up, you should not see July 31st low get taken out. And that was the big thing, big idea on if this does end up getting taken out, we are going to break down and Bitcoin is going to break out. Now let's see if that actually took the low because visually I can't see it. So the low is 8.315, 8.319. 8.32. So it didn't technically take it out yet. Interesting. I will just say that is an interesting point. Still my criteria on this breaking down, I need to start seeing this low get taken out. That doesn't mean that it's not going to get taken out. It just could mean that this is either now baiting shorts. We're not fully breaking out, blah, blah, blah. This isn't breaking down. Or this is just going to actually get the breakdown today. Tonight, you're going to rally up and reject the 5, and that's what's going to take you down to the 100. Because as of now, if today closes currently where we're at on tether dominance, this will actually brew a breakdown, despite even July 31st wick low not taken out. Simply because you're in a daily sell, you're losing the 5. You have a target down to the 100. So that's why I'm looking at this chart and saying, yeah, I mean, you really do have to see kind of bears pick up today. This could be a really good spot to get a bounce, and not taking out July 31st would be a really interesting kind of trappy sign, in my opinion. But then you would need to simply get back above the 5 here today. So kind of understand that's a big ask for bears, of course, because they've been absolutely spineless on Bitcoin. But I at least look at that as it gives me confluence that today still is right to be looking for weakness on Bitcoin. But understand if the 65K does get the reclaim, tether dominance gets into a breakdown officially on like a daily here, you are just going to be more poised to go down to 8.2. So again, important day today. Can bulls actually get up 0.5% from here? If they can, that'll be a great sign. 8.421% just needs to hold. And if it can, then yeah, this will start actually looking like it's gonna next leg up is gonna be on tether dominance here, surprisingly. And it would not take a lot to actually get back up if you just simply get back above the daily 9. This could easily break up to around 8.567%. And that's when then maybe the daily pivot starts shifting back up again. But again, this is all just a race against time for bears. I hope bears are understanding that. You are just still more likely to get the reclaim. And once you do, that is when the narrative flips. So it is right to be looking for some kind of backbone to be hit these last two days now from bears, but yeah, it's more now a race against time for them. They have to start making their moves soon. We know that because of just where the weekly is testing on Bitcoin and where maybe Tether Dominance weekly is testing here. You can see here that the weekly 9 is potentially going to get lost again. You've been in a chop zone on the weekly with Tether Dominance. And if you do end up losing this weekly 9, you can see the next target will be the 21. It'll take you right down to 8%. Pretty big move down. And you can see the last setup that really lost the weekly 9 did take you straight to the 21 in 1 week. So, it's good. It's like a move is coming. Volatility is brewing. You are now testing the weekly 9. Can bulls get the move up today? And if not, then in 2 days, it's going to be more likely this will lose the weekly 9. Into next week, the trade will be for bulls on Bitcoin. HPDR is even saying more likely a breakdown on 3.8 towards the 38.2%. But that's also why you just got to start seeing this move up. Race against time for bears. Now, we've been looking at the biweekly 5 as a good sign, but again, like you've been on this now for over a month. So got to start seeing actually bulls pick this up. 9 days left to go. And if you lose this 5, it's going to be pretty easy trigger here. You've been holding above it since May. So it's just going to be very simple to say, yeah, we're in breakdown. Next target is around 8.2, 8.15. And that will just correlate to like a $69,000 Bitcoin. But it's still not looking bad. And it's not. Like, it's literally actually flipping this rejection high into support. You're just not getting the expansion phase. You just got to get the expansion. But that's the biweekly. And we know the biweekly has been looking pretty good on Tether Dominance. But it's not been making a move. And that's, again, just why we got to start seeing bears pick up a move. Possibly today. It has to, I believe it has to be really done today, tomorrow. And that way, then we get maybe into a 12-hour deviation. We can start moving down on Bitcoin. And if not, then yeah, the reclaim will occur. And then in that case, Tether Dominance here will get the breakdown. And you will start seeing this actually break down. Simple little meme channel here will just give you the breakdown. And look at daily volatility. I mean, this is insane. So for like almost 2 months now, it's just been not able to get it up. So maybe now this will actually get it up. You can see you're actually pressing the moving average possibly tonight, tomorrow. So we can keep going now. Let's go to total. Let's check this out. Okay, cool. So total is interesting to me because, again, it just plays into the idea that really, if you're trying to be a bull, you're very close to getting that confirmation. Glock 3000, green dildos to the heaven, move confirmed. You just got to wait till next week. You'll get the trade easily in your favor next week. Until then, this still tells me that we still should be a little cautious here on Bitcoin. Total did just rally right up to the weekly SMA 200, and it did lose it last week. I mean, yeah, that's just it. This gets the reclaim, which again is just basically taking out this weekly wick high and getting the reclaim. What is stopping total from breaking out from here, pressing up to 2.34 and possibly all the way up to 2.59? Literally nothing. And then at that point, you could argue total is just brewing an uptrend, just like the weekly is potentially on Bitcoin. If 65K does get the reclaim, and if you take out 67. So like this is looking okay for now if you get the reclaim, but if not, then still's not looking really that constructive. You're either now just looking for a chop or a breakdown. So still a nice perspective, I think, if bears are feeling no morale lately because, right, they have no spine. Still, the market is slowly in the favor of bears on the higher time frames, but things will quickly shift if this week does not get the move. So 2 days, really. That's like the times, like today, tomorrow. It's got to get the move. And if not, then yeah, this will get the reclaim. This will now be in an SFP play. And you can see the last times where the total market cap got the weekly SFP of the SMA 200. And really, it did lead to major moves. So we can see here, and we're talking about proper SFP and holding. But right, these were still failures, but still worked out nicely. Lost it, reclaimed it, went up 37%. Lost it, reclaimed it. I'll take it from the low up. It's about 9%. I'll take it from the open. Right here. 6%. Lost it, reclaimed it. Wick low to the 5 up. 16%. Now it's just to the 5 up. And then lost it, reclaimed it, went up. That was 11%. And then, right, so that was chop, the quote unquote failures, which still put in over 5% moves on every single reclaim after loss. And then you can see here, once this did officially get back above, this did just go up. It went up 141% off of the weekly SFP. So pretty epic spot here. And even more so on that daily SMA 200 being the spot, once it gets the second retest being kind of like the bottoms in on Bitcoin, you can then start using really the total on the weekly. And if we start holding the SMA 200 and not chopping, but holding above it, then yeah, you can start calling the bottom on Bitcoin and crypto potentially. And that's just because every single time we can keep going, we've gotten back above this in an SFP manner, and it's held. It's just led to nice moves up on Bitcoin. Here we have another one. So reclaim, open, up. That was 14%. And then we did retest it. We lost it. One candle. This got the reclaim. We'll take it from the next week. And you can see it just went epically up. 240% in 19 weeks. Came down, and then here's another SFP play it gave you. So you like lost it, couldn't dump, reclaimed it. We'll measure it from that reclaim. And then here's another really nice setup. Probably won't happen again, but still 1,278%. And that's just, again, just showing the SFP on the weekly. So you have to be licking your lips here if you're a bull or a bear, honestly. But really what you've seen is once you get back above, it does favor more likely bears. And really when you're testing this region, it is near a bottom already on crypto. Near a bottom, remember, near. Because you can absolutely keep moving down from it. Like here, you did close under it, and then price did end up going down 12%. From this red dildo, though, this was a girthy 26% loss of it. So it seems like the initial move's always the biggest for bears. 12% girthy red dildo. Interesting. Like it's very hard for total to lose, like expand fully from SMA 200 on weekly. And it's just more likely a bottom is either near or already in. So it's 52% on the initial move. And then you can just see that is what traps bears, and then we bottom. It's weird. 24%. And then again, couldn't fully expand down, reclaimed it, bottomed. But I guess still like 20% moves down from SMA 200. Still pretty impressive. So yeah, like 1.75. So something to watch. That's the total, and so that's why we're very close to something here on Bitcoin. Weekly closes in 2 days, so let's watch that very carefully together. Let's see where that median goes to. Maybe too, we can get back over the median. HBDR could give us some indication as well, and maybe this being a bottom in this region, because still HBDR is saying this is still bearish. And even the bottom 38.2% is taking it under 2 trillion, which would mean you're breaking the low still. Now, again, 2 days, so if bears don't make their moves, this will shift, and we'll actually see if we get the reclaim. But really, again, this is why like even the most bullish bulls right now aren't really longing Bitcoin. Just so people are aware, they're just waiting. They want to see if 65K is going to hold, and if it does, that'll easily give them a market into Sunday and next week. So that's the total. We can go. Anything else here? No, nothing really. Okay. All right, let's go to the D of Bitcoin. I think it's only right. Let's check out the weekly and let's see if maybe this has shifted. Because remember, it's all about the weekly 34 for Bitcoin dominance. And so we have tested the weekly 34. Understand that Bitcoin dominance was kind of in a breakdown. And we were always looking for a move up to 59.69% as our kind of like worst case scenario green dildo. 59.69% is the big spot. If you get back above this on Bitcoin dominance, you are going to break out bigly, in my opinion, and you are going to most likely run all the way back up to the 61%. Now, understand, last time we did this, we reclaimed 59.69% and went up to the 61%. That is when Bitcoin went up to the 80s. So you can see here, this is when we reclaimed 69 and we went all the way up to 82. And that was literally off of Bitcoin dominance breaking out. And that was the breakout was off of the weekly 34 getting the reclaim. Weekly 34 has been the big spot for me in this entire bear market. We've been seeing that it's just been easily able to wick above it, but not able to get closings above it. And so you can see even just the 1 week getting back above your 34 in confluence with 59.69% is what sparked a major move up for Bitcoin dominance. That was about 2% up. And that took you all the way up to 61%. So why we're mentioning that now is because, again, you're just maybe getting into a weekly buy trigger, which is good. You just need to wait for the closing. You're very close to a bullish setup. This gets back above the 34. We've seen major moves up from that point, and even more so if you can get back above 59.69%. That's the breakout criteria, in my opinion. Get a weekly closure above that zone, you will break out, and you will start testing these highs, and that has a major implication because, well, right there is the net last lower high on the monthly. So if you test that lower high, you are maybe getting into a monthly trend shift, potentially on Bitcoin dominance, which would be really insane, actually, if you think about that, because that'll then start really getting you confluence, and maybe the bottom isn't on Bitcoin. We've seen some pretty epic moves on Bitcoin dominance once the monthly does trend shift. So here was the last lower high. Here you took it out, and then you can see Bitcoin dominance broke out. Okay, let's see the last confirmed one. I guess it was this one. This was predatory because it took out the lower high and then dumped, made a new lower low, and then broke out. But you can see the breakout occurred once the lower high was taken out. Right from this point, Bitcoin dominance went up. So if we get back above this region, that'll be a really good sign saying, yeah, maybe we are breaking out on Bitcoin dominance. Now we did see that the quarterly median did get lost, but you are, getting above it technically. So 1 month, 24 days, that's like far as an eternity, like even longer than an eternity. It's just like a lifetime for crypto peeps. But let's just really watch that. If we get the reclaim here into next quarter, again, that'll just be great confluence that, yeah, maybe Bitcoin dominance is actually getting some strength here and really actually ready to start moving up towards 62 and possibly higher, maybe all the way up to 69. The last few quarterlies have been the rejection of the quarterly 5. So let's just see real, carefully if we get that a lifetime, 1 month, 24 days, but still some constructive things. But again, all that great bullish stuff for Bitcoin dominance will occur with a weekly close. So remember, you're now testing resistance. You've hit the predictable spot that we wanted. It could go up a little higher at 59.69%. This has been in a bearish posturing retest setup for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now 9 weeks. Let's see if we fulfill that. Bitcoin has to get back above 65K on a daily candle closure and or a 12-hour for me to start flip-flopping bull. And until then, I'm really looking for bears to get a spine, reject here, and the rejection has to take you under 62.2. Because if not, then this is just going to throw back to 64.4 and probably get another shot at breaking 65K again. If it breaks past 65K, we know not to long into that. Wait for the retest. Every single time we've broken past 65K, Bitcoin has gone in for a very dramatic retest, and it just hasn't held it. So here was this 2.75% retest, and here was a 2.2% retest. So it does go in for the retest, even if it moves up to 2.5% from 65K. So now it's just up to us to be patient. Let's watch 65,000 very carefully. And yeah, let's see if we actually get a different kind of trading setup going into next week. I would actually love to play the long side into next week if we get it. But until then, I'm waiting for my shorts to go flip green at this current spot and or it gets stopped out.
Alrighty, let me.
I got it. Thank you, senor. There you go. We back on this bitch. Ooh. Stretch it out, motherfucker. Let's do this.
And I need you.
By the way, the delicious short on SpaceX. I was thinking maybe the 34, this area of the 134. There's a very, very, very interesting one right here because this is the breakdown area being retested. I would take that on that short on SpaceX.
And that's how I played the last short, was just literally doing that, saying what would be the most fucky thing and what is in a bearish setup. And it's just like, oh yeah, you could go all the way up to that 148, bearish retest on the daily, takes all shorts out. And then it's literally a bearish retest of the previous lows.
I see all the retards. You can't bet against Elon already after they got completely smoked down. Now they get a little pump and they're all coming out and banging their chest. It's fucking incredible. So I think I would actually save myself from this one and short the living fuck out of here with everything I got because I feel like that's going to be the good one. That's going to be a good one, indeed.
And by then, everyone will be banging their chest. Logan Paul, Jake Paul will be coming out talking about their buys. And I think IPO buyers will be slightly green, I think, again.
It depends on where you take it from because it really just opened right here at 149, 150. So invalidation is right here at 153, right? That's it.
Yeah, that's literally it.
You get a flush at these lows and nobody wants to buy it again, and then there's the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. That's perfect. Now, as far as the psychological game for Bitcoin, boys, I'm sorry, but it's looking very bullish in my eyes. The reason why is the Clarity Act is supposed to be bullish, right? Because I see all these vegan of the financial system, which are the Bitcoiners, crying, "We did not pass the Clarity Act. This is never gonna pass." Well, retards, guess what? If you're looking at it as a negative, because remember, the Clarity Act has nothing to do with your Bitcoin price. I'm afraid that's a positive thing. So I think, and to me, the magic of the 65, which I completely agree with you. Unless you break 65, we got nothing to talk about. But the fact that he's just been waiting right here like a total fucking asshole.
Oh yeah.
Has been a complete mindfuck for everyone that's wearing. Now, in my view, you're gonna get something very. I think it's crazy to compare this Bitcoin cycle right now to 2022. I think it's absolutely ridiculous because 2022 was one of the worst bear markets we've had since the financial crisis. Like there's the dot-com bubble, then there's 2008, and then there's 2022. So that to me is crazy. What I'm looking at, aside from all the terrible news, dude, remember, they gave us like nuclear bombs. They gave us like the end of everything when we saw like the low numbers on crypto. Now, I need you to understand, I do see that we might reach another either lower low eventually or something like the pandemic where it was like pretty close to the lows in 2020. The reason why is, and it's going to happen later though, the reason why is this. Check this fucking shit out. The US 30-year bond. People forget about this shit, dude. So interest rates went up like crazy, right? In 2000, basically 2006. Then we did a higher high in April of 2007. So for you to have a gauge on this is, we are 20 years away from this, where in April, basically July, on the quarterly, you got the highs, like new highs, right? Now check this shit out. Basically right now, July, again, April, July, you're getting the highs to the same fucking level, identical to the ones in 2006. Like if I put that line right here, this is monetary policy, boys. Now, later, April 07, you got a sweep of the highs, and then you got the craziest drop in interest rates you've seen, right? Well, I believe we're going to see the same thing. Now, what happened with the stock market in here? Let me show you. Because this is what I think it's about to happen. Because they're giving everyone like the worst news. Like everyone's waiting for the reverse carry trade right now to blow up and implode and all that shit. Last time when you had the actual like trigger of the reverse carry trade, no one told you until you got to the bottom. Like it was not like, guys, do you think it's going to blow up? And then people were analyzing. They started looking into it when they got to the bottom. So here you go. This is fucking beautiful. Let me put it on a monthly because quarterly is crazy. So April, June, July of 2016, May, then you had your correction in 2006. This, again, 20 years ago. You had your beautiful correction from May all the way to June, right? Which we already had right now, if you think about it, on the stock market. And then from there, you had a fucking epic run to this point, right? That point is October of 2007. People talk about the 2008 financial crisis, not realizing that the top was in 07. And then you had a mega fucking gigantic drop afterwards that lasted until April of 2009. Basically almost 2 years, all combined, right here. The only thing you saw was, and this is what I'm about to get to, in July, well, first of all, in February to March, you had a nice drop in the stock market. I'm expecting this to happen in Bitcoin too, kind of like the 2018 cycle. But if you look at it, this shit just went straight up from those lows right here in August, June, just straight up. And if you really don't care about drawdowns, you literally went up all the way to all-time highs. The biggest drawdown before the big all-time high was right here in, when was it? In August of 2007. So in a year from now, if it's playing exactly identical to it. So that's traditional markets, which we have data for. We have the psychology of the market right now, which is incredibly negative for everyone. And like, just continue to look forward to like when they make me look forward into a down scenario, that's when I know it's kind of over. And I think the most fucky thing that could happen in Bitcoin is give me the 2018 cycle style or 2015, I believe, where, hang on a second, this is monthly, 2014. You bottom like basically here in January, then you went up in August, then, no, this is not it at all. Sorry, it would be then 2018, 1 second. Because also monetary policy was the same. That's the other thing I want to say. Right now, what's crazy is in 2022, we had incredibly aggressive rate hikes. Interest rates went up like crazy. In 2018, we had rate hikes, but it was not as aggressive. So 2022, that was more aggressive, basically is more bearish, which you saw across all markets. 2018 was not that bearish because they were not that aggressive with the rate hikes, right? So then you have your bottom right here, whether you want to say that this is it or it's not. Then you had a huge pump. Then you had an adjustment towards March, which is identical to what I just showed you in 2006 with the stock market. And then it just went parabolic. I think something like this is going to play out. We might not see all-time highs right now, but I think it's going to surprise everyone that's not positioned. Just go up. Everyone's going to think it's a bull market. You can come back because you know how they plan stories? And the way that they plan stories is they told you on the Clarity Act that the Clarity Act was going to make crypto go up. And that worked for the $82,000. And then now they're using the Clarity Act against people like, oh, no, look, it's very bearish. The Clarity Act did not pass. They could have shut the fuck up and not talk about it until it passed. But they're like pushing, like the Clarity Act must pass, but it's not going to pass. And it didn't pass right now. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So now on the other side for these bad news and what they're going to use again, that it's going to be good news. For example, on the other side, it's going to be the super cycle. I know that people think it's random that all these fucking people like Brian Armstrong, CZ, and everyone that's in crypto is saying super cycle. I know that they think it's random, but it's not. They used it to make people not sell here, right? And they're going to use super cycle once you see Bitcoin go up like this. They're going to tell you it's a super cycle. Everyone's going to believe it. And then you can super eat dick with the rest of the market. That's what I would think. That's my psychology analysis along with monetary policy and also understanding that we really are fucked in the economy. Like, dude, they offered me a car that was $2 million 4 months ago. They offered it to me today for $1 million.
My God.
Jeez.
Brand new Aston Martin Valhalla. Like you don't, a strong economy with rate hikes doesn't have price cuts of 50%.
What are you trying to get into it at?
I'm not getting into it. I have my new car. I have 250 miles on it in 3 months. I haven't driven it. You know what I mean? They're just offering me these cars because they got no one else to go to.
They offer it for $500K, you wouldn't take it?
No. I don't want to, I don't care. If I start using this car and blah, 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 maybe. But right now, what you're seeing in the car market, Farhano, is what happened in 2006, 2007, 2008. Like everything is going to go to fucking absolute hot shit down. So the reason why they're making everyone think that interest rates are going up right now, and this is something that I've been saying, but you guys obviously don't understand Spanish. When I said at the beginning of the year, what we need is for everybody to believe that interest rates are going to go up. Why? Because people forget that the worst bear markets are when interest rates go down. People think that, and just think about what you have been programmed to think right now, that interest rates coming down is bullish, right? Mm-hmm. Well, interest rates coming down right here was the COVID pandemic, when you had like a nice little adjustment. But let's just say this one doesn't count. This one right here was 2007. What happened in 2007 and 2008? Look at how they dropped. Look at this one before. This was 2000. What happened in 2000?
Yeah,
right?
same.
So, my brothers in Christ, we are dropping interest rates just like we did here. Let me just remove the EMA so you see it. Just like we did here, just like we did here, not like in COVID, that was like a bullshit move. We are dropping rates. And when when rates drop, everything goes to shit. Everything. They've been holding rates high because that's what makes people not be able to sell their houses, because that's what makes people not be able to sell their cars, because that's what makes people getting debt that they can't pay for. Once you drop the interest rates, you absolutely break everyone. Everyone thinks the opposite is going to happen. We're not that far.
Yeah, that's a
Everyone
nice
starts buying shit, trying to front run the interest rates, and then they start going down, and then they're eating a loss.
Well, you got to think about it like this. Every single realtor who's, with all due respect, let's just call him not an expert in finance, right? Or in economics. Let's just say that. Every realtor has one agenda. I need to sell as many houses as possible, right? So that I can get my commission.
No.
Every realtor all this time has been telling people, buy a house right now with high interest rates. When interest rates drop, you're going to be able to refinance. Okay? So every idiot bought a house that was $1 million for $2 million at this interest rate. When interest rates come down, because the problem is, and I'll give you an example, a $2 million mortgage, if you bought a $2 million house, you had to put $400,000 down. Your mortgage was $5,000 in 2021, $5,000 a month, okay? If you buy the same house right now, $2 million, let's just say $2 million, which by the way, buys you a way shittier house. But let's just pretend even if it's the same price. If you spend $2 million today, your mortgage is $13,000 a month.
God.
So the problem is everyone that bought a house right here, even though they're in huge profit, they can't sell because they cannot afford the monthly payment. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're just stuck.
And now consider that the price of the house is also up. So you have like basically what you could have bought for those $5,000 a month. Right now it's $20,000 a month. So you need to wait, right? And when they drop the interest rates, every single one of the people that are trapped right here, they're going to have a brilliant idea. It's time for me to sell my house. And they're all going to put it for sale at the same time, homie.
And then they all nuke.
It's the same. I mean, the same thing happens over and over again. In 2005, people said that houses were never going to be affordable again, just so you know. It's identical. It's identical. Except this time around, the default on credit, it's not going to come from housing. It's going to come from every single person that's getting in debt, buying stupid cars, stupid like things that they cannot afford, and they have nothing to show for as collateral. So people are going to be the ones that break. And then obviously banks are going to be owed, but let's say banks are going to be bailed out. There's going to be money printing, but people are going to be fucked. And prices for everything is going to come down like a motherfucker, like it does every single time you drop interest rates.
I mean, maybe SF90s would be going for $200K at that point.
Yes, they will. I promise you, Farhan, you're going to see things that you're not going to believe. But the thing is, people think, oh, then I'll buy a car. They're not going to give you a loan. That's how it works. It's an exciting time right now. And I don't think they're going to drop the market right now. I think you need to cause and create euphoria. You need to make everyone that thought that right now everything was going to break down not to invest. They're going to see the market continue to go up, go up, go up, go up. And then when they finally tell everybody, this market's never going to go down, that's when you want to run. When they tell everyone, you know what, we're going to drop, I don't know if they'll say it like this because I don't know what they're going to use, but the messaging should be kind of like, by the way, everything is great. We're going to drop interest rates for you guys. And everyone gets really excited. That's when we run. And I don't think that's far because I see restaurants going out of business. I'm seeing mid-size, small-size businesses going out of business. Like it's already happening. It can last another year, maybe 2 years. And that's what we're in the middle of this. So that's why they're faking that they're going to raise interest rates. So that people don't understand that this, and this is happening. But
Yeah, then
Hammer drops.
I want you guys to understand this. This is the biggest interest rate hike you've ever seen. Like even 2007 doesn't compare. What you're about to see, and you've never seen before.
I see. Because it's higher than 2007. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
This
So
is
if it goes down,
like
it's
1993 to basically 2000, 115%. Right? In 2004, all the way to 2007, 425%. So 425% is the biggest. I'm not going to measure COVID because it was bullshit. You see how small it is?
Yeah.
And this one is 2,000%.
wow.
You boys understand what's about to happen? And even worse, in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, we had technology sectors, we had social media, we had many things that provided growth for the population to make money. Now you're having the opposite problem. Where's the recovery going to come from? Where Elon, for example, can just say, you know what, the car is ready, it can self-drive itself. You don't need any more drivers anymore, and 12 million jobs in the logistics sector gets completely annihilated in 1 year. Like, what's the road to recovery on this?
Yeah, they're gonna have to start, I guess, giving people money.
So, and here's the beautiful thing. Why do you think we have the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, homie?
And then everyone gets stable coins.
Yeah, well, so that everyone can get money and specifically spend it where they're told to be spent. And it's going to be under the excuse. Last time we gave you guys money, which it did not cause the inflation crisis. The inflation crisis was caused by several other factors, but it obviously contributed. So they're going to tell everyone, dude, last time we gave you money, boys, you saw the inflation. So right now I'm just going to give you money so you can eat. So here's programmable money so you can go spend at the grocery store. And then I'm going to give you this money only for one car. And we're going to give you this one money because now you can do that. And by the way, you know who did this in 2020? China.
Oh yeah.
China, motherfuckers. They were specifically doing QE on industries that they needed to like lift up.
Wow.
So this already happened.
So
How fucking epic. Dude, these guys are so fucking epic. Like, so epic.
They're gonna kill you, honestly.
No, because people think I'm crazy. People think I'm crazy, so it doesn't matter. Whatever I say, it doesn't matter.
Oh, you're cooking. Honestly, that made a lot of sense. And the way you just explained it, wow, like, just makes a lot of sense, really. Wow.
That's why the stock market and everything right now that they're putting like weakness into, and they're telling everyone, oh, it's the reverse carry trade, run, it's coming, and then the war, and prepare. They're even bringing up Ukraine and Russia again. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
Come on, dude. That's like party time right now for people to put your money into the stock market. All these nightmares that they're telling you about, and they're telling you that raising rates is what's it called? It's bearish. Raising rates is bullish as fuck. Not when they're doing it, but afterwards, it's super bullish because that means everyone's got so much money that they're going to spend it no matter what. You see? It's backwards. These guys are fucking geniuses. I need them to give me a call. I want to work with them. I can help them like market a little bit better, because these might be a little bit obvious for some. I think we can come up with some other ideas to fuck people over. Come on. Geniuses. Either way.
Yeah, honestly, that was all great though, really. And so that just really makes me want to long once we break 65. And even if we're not getting the picture perfect retest of 65, you get that daily close. I really am just not going to see any reason not to be a full bull, honestly.
Yeah. No,
because even similar to 2018 too, we had the biweekly silver cross down. That didn't make a new low after, but what confirmed it was the 5 and the 9 reclaiming. So if like running with all these ideas, once you see that 5 and 9 on the biweekly reclaim, it's just gonna move up. And 2018 didn't make a new low even on that leg down that like the market did in 07. Like on crypto there on the right, the last leg down, it didn't even run the lows. So
nope. This is what I think we're gonna see. This would make so much sense, because it would make everyone just position terribly. Like, think about Grant Cardone. Just think about that. He doesn't buy the bottom. He's been buying all these, being blessed up here, up here, up here, up here. And then maybe he's gotten like 2 coins right here. Then he sees this going up like this right here. And then he buys, and then fucking drops to here, sells, and then it goes.
And he should know more than anyone about the rates and all that stuff. He should be.
No. Hang on a second. Grant Cardone, he's a fucking scammer. Okay. Come on. There's a big difference. I guarantee you, when they drop rates, he's going to go bankrupt. How much you want to bet? I'm putting it out here right now. Those type of people are the ones that go out of business in 2008, for example. Say that again, Farhan.
Haven't you seen his jet, bro?
Yeah. He's not going to be able to pay for his jet, bro. He's going to 10x to 0.
10x 0 is still 0.
That's right. So I think that's why. And I think the reason why crypto will go up is, again, because you're going to put everything on blockchain, dude. And you're going to carry all the volume of dollars going through blockchain, and all the delivery of dollars for saving everyone going on blockchain too. That means all the QE, like the $8 trillion they did last time, they're going to pour that into blockchain. That's why I think we're going to see some crazy shit in crypto. That's why I think they're doing this. And also, like I said before, we have not gotten into a bear market like in 2022. That was crazy. Right now, you have nothing like it. So, I mean, this is all hopium until we see it, right? But that's what I'm looking for.
It's nice being prepared, though.
Yeah.
When it does happen, you're not, what do we do? It's just like, no, you just are prepared for it. And that's why paying attention matters when we're in chop zones.
100%. And I do think, like, we might swipe the lows, and that's when we might see those $53,000 that we've been talking about before, where you go up like this. It's February. You saw that in February of 2007, which is 20 years ago, if you go into that date. And then you get one of these. Everybody goes like, dude, it's going lower, and this is where it stops. And then it starts to do what it did for COVID. That would make it identical. Everybody would get out. That would be the most Bitcoin thing to do. Swipe the lows a little bit, and boom, afterwards. And that would be like the hammer, because he didn't make an all-time high. People are like, this is bullshit crypto. I was in it just because I'm outside of the system, but I bought it through the system, and I also sold it through the system. But this is why I bought it. And all those vegans from the financial system would get wiped out, and only the smart ones will stay in. Just like it, dude. I mean, I just like it. The exchanges went out of business, and people are saying, no, I think another exchange is going to go out of business, and that's what's going to cause the next leg down. Sounds good? Well, the wallets, got exploited. And then people say, well, I think that's going to be another exploit, or when they sell those Bitcoin, it's going to go down. Like, whenever you're giving people an excuse to look down, like, I'm sorry, the idiots are not looking ahead and going like, I know what's going to happen. No, you're being told what you should think that's going to happen. That's why I think this will be the fucky way, because I like the psychology game on it. I'm a big fan.
And that's the way it fucks everyone. So if you can nail that, you'll be good.
That's why if this happens, I need to be hired by this team, by the evil guys, please.
Yeah,
I'm all in. I'm all in. As many pandemics as we need, okay, guys? We'll do it. Because no one believes you anymore with the pandemics. You keep throwing that out. I got new things that will scare people. Not going to ruin it here. Not going to give it to you guys for free.
The virus, people just laugh.
Say that again?
Every time they announce a virus now, people just laugh.
Yeah, although they're pretty stupid some, and they go, what do you think about this new virus? They keep getting some, but yeah. Because I still see some idiots that are like, when they try the next pandemic, idiot, they've told you 70 times it's happening and you get nervous every time. They're not trying another one. You just, everybody knows. It's a new thing. It's going to be a nuclear war. Probably like a fake nuclear blast or a nuclear blast. Maybe we want to make another little nation a parking lot again, or a shopping center. That could be it. The threat of World War III.
We'll have another Hamas setup, another...
World War III would be a nuclear setup. That would be the nuclear setup. That's what I'm calling it up front.
I like it.
All righty. Thank you, boys. Much appreciated. All right, we'll dive into this. Estaba diciendo, en este momento, estábamos viendo la tabla de Bitcoin. Solamente para repasar un poco, les voy a dar rápido lo que está pensando todavía Alex y Paran. Arriba de 65, vamos para arriba. Hasta que no me pruebes y cierres por encima de $65,000, lo siento, no puedo ser alcista, hablando técnicamente. Y si lo pueden ver simplemente de cerca, tienen que entender, esto es algo que les platiqué ayer en clase, pero lo voy a regalar por aquí, ¿ok? Cuando estás haciendo análisis técnico, tienes que poner esto en la mesa, ¿ok? Tienes este alto, tienes un alto más bajo, tienes bajo, alto. Un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo. ¿Qué deberías de ver en realidad? Tienes aquí un bajo más alto, pero puedes decir, güey, aquí hizo el alto y ahora va a ir para abajo. Técnicamente hablando, solamente si estás viendo tablas, completamente esto es bajista. Favorece más a la baja. Pero estamos hablando del rango en el que estamos. Si estás debajo de 65 y arriba de 64, estás literalmente en medio de todo. Aquí abajo, vamos para abajo. Aquí arriba, vamos para arriba. Eso es literalmente lo que todavía se piensa aquí, porque literalmente se estudia análisis técnico, solamente análisis técnico. Lo que yo les cuento es análisis conspiranoico, ¿ok? Eso es lo que literalmente nadie está volteando a ver, lo que nadie quiere ver y lo que todo el mundo dice, no te adelantes. Y tienen razón, ellos tienen razón, pero ya saben cómo soy yo. ¿Ok? Les voy a contar esto y lo voy a poner así, en la de 2 semanas. Para mí, la gente que esté analizando, y ahora esto es otra vez, análisis conspiranoico, señores. La gente que está analizando el ciclo del 2022 y comparándolo con el de ahorita, está perdida. La razón por qué es sencilla. En el 2022, tuviste el mercado bajista, no solamente en cripto, pero en los mercados tradicionales, más bajista de la historia después de, primero el 2000, el .com, segundo el 2008 y el tercero es el 2022. Es uno de los mercados bajistas más desapreciados, no apreciados por nadie. Nadie. Y esto fue lo que hizo Bitcoin. Entonces, comparar uno a uno y querer el mismo tipo de resultado se me hace un poco loco. Por más que digas, Bitcoin es un ciclo de 4 años y la chingada, correcto. Pero esto no puedes decir es 2022. Porque esto literalmente fue una recesión que le cambiaron el nombre. ¿Ok? O sea, no estuvo light, estuvo cabrón. Y siempre uso esto para que lo puedan entender. Del primer tope al fondo, vean la debilidad, 56%. Del primer tope al fondo solamente 32%. Estás hablando de una diferencia de 20 y tantos por ciento menos en la caída, lo que te enseña más fuerza. Estás hablando de que han cambiado las leyes y está cambiando todo esto en cripto y sobre todo, lo más grande de todo, señores. Voy a irme al SP500 en putiza y les voy a enseñar que en el 2022 el SP500 hizo esto, todo este tiempo hasta acá. ¿Cuánto tiempo duró? De enero del 2022 hasta enero del 2024. 2 años en un mercado bajista. ¿Ok? Ve dónde estás ahorita. No tiene nada que ver esto con esto. Es una locura. Y todo el mundo te está sacando el 2022 todos los putos días como si estuvieran correlacionados. Voy a regresar a mi Bitcoin sagrado y precioso. Ya saben que yo soy un vegano del sistema financiero, como todos los Bitcoiners. Para que se emputen bien. Ya. Hay varios Bitcoiners que me mandan todos sus botcitos emputadísimos de que les digo así. Pero lo que pueden analizar es cómo me la pelan. Eso es muy analizable. Ahora, vamos. Vamos con esto. El cambio de paradigma en un mercado bajista de Bitcoin que no se había dado y solamente se da en fondos donde tienes por fin una banderita que va para abajo. ¿Ok? Esa la tienes aquí. Obviamente tienes esta distorsión, pero tienes bajos, con bajos más bajos, con instantáneamente bajos más bajos. Eso no existió en el 2022, ¿no? Si vamos a analizar el 2022 como malos analistas, eso no existió hasta aquí. Y es más, tuviste un poco parecida el mismo movimiento. La primera caída, y esto es lo que tienen que analizar acá, del 2022, la primera, esta, no se lleva los mínimos, tío. No se lleva los mínimos hasta que hace el fondo. Bitcoin es un hijo de puta. Hace esto todo el tiempo. Para arriba, para arriba, para arriba. Y eso quiere decir que va a continuar para abajo. ¡Pum! Cuando ya haces el para abajo general, ahí es cuando están los fondos. ¿Ok? Cuando haces el para abajo general, como en el 2024, es cuando ves esta chingadera correr para arriba. ¿Ok? Y es justamente lo que tienes ahorita en la mesa. Tienes para abajo. Después de haber hecho en corto periodo para arriba, y esto también fue un para arriba, pero no se ve en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal sí. Para que vean cómo me aprendo las tablas, bro. No, me falló honestamente, está aquí abajo, este es el que va para arriba. ¿Ok? Aquí tienes esta desviación, esta es la primera vez, y no lo voy a sacar el 2018 para enseñárselos otra vez, ¿ok? Da igual. Quieren creerlo bien, haz tu puto análisis tú mismo, ¿no? Ok, la otra cosa que tienes es, todo el mundo cree que Michael Saylor va a quebrar. Eso te están poniendo una zanahoria para adelante y te están diciendo, güey, esto tienes que ver para adelante cómo va a caer. Bien, aquí en este mínimo teníamos una guerra nuclear con Irán. Recuerden que íbamos a bombardear Irán con una bomba nuclear y los íbamos a destruir. Perfecto, ¿y qué fue lo que ocurrió? Putazo para arriba. ¿Qué pasó acá? Bitcoin iba a caer. ¿Por qué? Porque Michael Saylor iba a vender, porque el Clarity Act nunca iba a pasar, no sé qué. El Clarity Act lo usaron aquí para firmarlo y darte todo este movimiento de aquí abajo, aquí arriba. Y cuando fue firmado en el primer paso que tiene que pasar, de ahí caíste, ¿ok? Ahorita te dijeron y te prometieron, no tenían que decirlo, piénsalo. Te prometieron, güey, vamos a intentar pasar el Clarity Act antes de que fuera el verano y que fuera el summer break del Congreso. No lo pasan. Y ahora te dicen como si fuera mala noticia, pues güey, no lo pasaron. No tenemos el Clarity Act, eso quiere decir que vamos a bajar más. Bien. Güey, quebraron 2 exchanges. Estoy esperando a que baje todavía más porque va a quebrar otro exchange. Bien, otra cosa que ver para adelante. Güey, Michael Saylor va a tener que vender más Bitcoin. Perfecto. Otra cosa más que vas a ver para abajo. ¿Qué otra cosa puede pasar? Güey, están hackeando todas las carteras frías porque somos bitcoiners y estamos fuera del sistema y es inconfiscable excepto todo el bitcoin que han confiscado los gobiernos. Pero esto es inconfiscable, brother. Entonces nos van a robar las carteras hackeándolas con AI. Perfecto. Más para abajo. Güey, deja que venda el que se robó todos los bitcoins que se robó y va a tener que bajar. Perfecto. Ok, qué chingón. Excelente, tenemos el escenario para abajo. Güey, pero ¿qué me dices, Alejandro, de la misma mamada que dices todo el tiempo, del ciclo de 4 años repitiéndose todo el tiempo? La primera vez en la historia que el ciclo de 4 años no te ha dado un pompazo, ahorita es ahorita. Que parece como que se está aguantando o quiere caer más. Esta es la primera vez. En el ciclo del 2022 te dio el pompazo de julio hasta agosto. En el 2018 te dio el pompazo de julio hasta, bueno, de junio hasta casi agosto, ahorita no te lo dio. Está aguantando aquí abajo como pendejo. Y pueden ustedes decir, no, güey, ¿cómo no te lo dio, güey? Brother, aquí está, es este. Este aquí, el que te dio del fondo hasta acá de 16%. Los pumps pasados, o sea, literalmente se rascan los huevos con tu 16%. Y no tenías estos bajos más bajos que seguían bajando. ¿Ok? Bien, ya que entendemos que hay algo diferente en esta estructura, que sabemos que la psicología del inversor está en, vamos a ver el último fondo en la última parte del año. Sabemos todo eso. ¿Qué podemos ver y analizar que nos diga esto es diferente? ¿Qué ha cambiado? Uno, las reglas de cripto, güey. O sea, literalmente lo que te están diciendo es que en Estados Unidos, vamos a hacer el cripto con el Clarity Act y estas mamadas. Literalmente están cambiando todo a que todo nuestro dinero sea en monedas estables, ¿ok? Bien, ese es un cambio financiero que va más allá de solamente emitir monedas en blockchain. Eso va y tiene que ver con la compra de deuda de Estados Unidos, compra de bonos a corto plazo, a largo plazo, etcétera. Otra cosa, les están poniendo en general malas noticias a todos ustedes para adelante. Primera mala noticia, se viene el reverse carry trade de Japón. Una vez más, cuando te dicen que viene el reverse carry trade de Japón, ya pasó. No te lo están adelantando para que no te equivoques. Te están intentando hacer que no compres, ¿ok? 2, te están diciendo que es la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial y que todo esto en lo que toda la bolsa sigue pinche su puta madre subiendo. 3, te están diciendo que van a subir intereses y que eso es negativo. La subida de intereses, para los que todavía no lo comprendan, porque los distorsionaron con lo último que pasó, la subida de intereses en la bolsa los ha llevado a literalmente los mercados más alcistas de la historia que acabaron rompiendo. ¿Ok? Les voy a enseñar acá. Bien. Esto, la subida de intereses, lo pueden ver acá. Desde el 94 hasta el tope fue la burbuja del 2000, lo que hizo que la bolsa subiera. La bolsa subiera hasta el 2000. ¿Qué pasó cuando bajaron los intereses? La recesión más grande de tu puta vida. ¿Ok? Bien. Después dijimos, güey, ya nos recuperamos. Qué chingón, es el 2004. Del 2004 al 2007 subieron los intereses y los dejaron planos. ¿Qué pasó cuando los bajaron? La peor recesión, la gran crisis financiera del 2008. ¿Qué pasó cuando hicimos apenas esta montañita por acá? La bolsa subió hasta el 2020 y de ahí te la tiraron rápido con COVID y aquí es donde te distorsionaron toda la idea de todo. ¿Qué pasó cuando subieron los intereses en el 2022? Y tienen que saber que el año que suben los intereses, como acá en el 2018, es cuando es bajista la bolsa, ¿ok? Pero esta subida de intereses es la más grande de todas. Esta es una subida de intereses desde acá hasta acá de 2000%. Esta es de 400% en el 2008 y esta es simplemente de 100% en el 2000. Tienes la subida de intereses más grandes de toda la historia y vas a tener la bajada más grande de toda la historia de intereses. ¿Ok? De acá a cero. Bajada de intereses es lo que es negativo. Te están vendiendo que la subida de intereses que vienen después, dime que no. Este año tú crees van a subir los intereses y eso es negativo para la bolsa. Tío, no puede ser más positivo para la bolsa. ¿Ok? Están al revés con todos sus conceptos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar cuando esto caiga? Efectivamente. Y recuerden, ¿qué va a hacer que esto caiga? La gente ahorita piensa, no van a bajar los intereses, no los van a poder bajar nunca más. Al güey que escuches, que te diga eso, tienes que entender, ese güey te está vendiendo lo que le vendieron. La misma medicina. Los intereses nunca más van a bajar, va a estar cabrón bajarlos. Pero güey, si acabamos de crear todo un sistema para bajar los intereses a través de compras de monedas estables que compran toda la deuda. Pero bueno, todo el mundo se lo sigue pasando por los huevos. Perfecto. Pero los intereses van a bajar. Para los que todavía no entienden por qué intereses subiendo es positivo, intereses bajando es negativo, es sencillo. Cuando subes los intereses, básicamente todos los precios de todo suben. Y por lo que está subiendo los intereses, según el sistema como te lo enseñaron, es porque hay inflación, y porque hay inflación por X o por Y y por Z, todo el mundo está subiendo sus precios, y por ende los precios no dejan de subir, y por eso cuando vas a ver resultados de empresas, los resultados de empresas siguen subiendo. ¿Por qué entonces la bolsa cae cuando bajan los intereses? Porque eso quiere decir entonces que nadie está comprando ni vergas y que tienes que bajar de precios y tus márgenes se arruinan. Deflación, ¿ok? Cuando eso ocurre, que bajan los intereses y lo hacen, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Los resultados de empresas son peores. ¿Y por qué entonces tienes estas caídas tan grandes como la del 2000, 2008 y hasta la de COVID, por ejemplo? Porque el mercado dice, güey, los fondos grandes sacan su dinero sabiendo que esto va a ser el caso y te dicen, estamos poniendo en precio esto por adelantado. Es lo que ocurre, ¿ok? Con todo eso entendido, vamos a regresar a Bitcoin para contarles un poco conspiranoicamente lo que creo que va a pasar. Los voy a llevar a la diaria. Esto es otra cosa que no habías visto en Bitcoin, nunca. En los últimos, bueno, mínimo en los 2 últimos ciclos que ya vienen más de la mano de política monetaria. Pierdes el S&P 200, ¿ok? No lo vuelves a tocar, no lo tocas aquí. Pasó muy cerca. Se los he enseñado 1000 veces. No lo toca. Pasó muy cerca, pero no lo toca. Esto mismo pasó en el 2008, en el 2022 y esto mismo pasó en el 2018. Pero una vez que lo tocas, ya te vas para arriba. ¿Ok? Esta madre está en $70,000 planos, ahorita. $70,000 planos, con todo lo que estás viendo. Cierras arriba de $65,000 Bitcoin, vas a venir a los 66, 67, que es donde está el promedio del 100. Probablemente te rechace y quieras entrar en un long en los 65 otra vez, y eso te lleve a los 69, que cuántas veces los hemos contado, o 70. Y una vez que llegues acá, revienta y se mete sobre la línea más importante de cripto que les he dicho una y otra vez. Esa línea más importante de cripto es la que une este tope con estos rechazos, con la caída, rechazo, S&P para abajo. Una vez que estés por encima de esto, puedes ir para arriba. Lo que yo creo, basado en el bono a 30 años también, porque el bono de 30 años se comportó igual hace 20 años. Igualito. Y ahora se los voy a enseñar. Esto es lo que yo creo. Y sigo con el mismo plan, no he cambiado nada, ¿eh? No he cambiado nada porque esto es simplemente una suposición. Lo que yo creo va a pasar es pum, 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 más o menos por acá, se los he dicho 1000 veces. Y aquí, más o menos, sea febrero o junio, y ahorita van a ver por qué, febrero o junio del próximo año, pito. Y no sé si se va a llevar los mínimos o si va a aguantar acá. No tengo idea. La idea de todo esto es que esto haría que todo el mundo se equivoque la mayor cantidad de veces. Todo el mundo. Porque la gente que no compró le va a dar FOMO y van a decir, güey, nos vamos a $200,000. Te van a regresar la historia del superciclo y la van a usar en contra tuya. Si me sacan la historia del superciclo, voy a saber que estoy en lo correcto. Y les voy a enseñar el por qué. Este es el bono a 30 años. ¿Ok? Es una gráfica mensual. Lo que ves acá, esto. Este nivel de acá, déjenme le pongo una línea meme para que lo entiendan. ¿Cuándo fue? En junio, julio del 2006. Lo acabamos de tocar otra vez, en julio del 2026, 20 años después. Tienes una caída en intereses, ¿no? De chiquita, nada loca, tienes un ajuste, es el ajuste, y luego tienes la sacada, ¿ok? La sacada. Quiero que entiendan que aquí no subieron los intereses. Aquí empezaron a bajarlos, cuando subieron aquí. Eso sería el equivalente a esto, ¿ok? ¿Qué pasó entre junio del 2006 y mayo del 2000 y el verano del 2007? La bolsa hizo esto. Tuvo un ligero ajuste en febrero, tuvo un ajuste bastante choncho en verano, hizo un nuevo alto histórico, llegó a septiembre, octubre, hizo tope y de ahí cayó por 2 años. Eso es lo que creo que va a pasar. Lo mismo va a pasar con todo esto. Es como yo lo veo. Es como yo lo veo, para que les quede claro. Hoy vas a vender, va a hacer esto. Primero dejen que pase esto, ¿no? Primero dejemos que pase esto para ver si es cierto. Igual y no, igual y simplemente es el pendejo ciclo de 4 años. En octubre todo el mundo que se esperó va a comprar perfectamente y vámonos a la verga. ¿Hay cambios fundamentales económicamente hablando? Sí. El pedo es, no tenemos una respuesta. Y la pregunta es, de Bitcoin. ¿Ciclo de 4 años de Bitcoin o de política monetaria? Esa es la pregunta. Porque si es de Bitcoin, debemos de ver el fondo en octubre. Y todo el mundo que se esperó, compraron el fondo del fondo. Si esto, lo que ocurre que les estoy diciendo es lo que pasa, es de política monetaria, entonces el ciclo de Bitcoin. Y eso explica todo. Y ahí es donde tenemos que esperar para ver qué pasa. Por ahorita seguimos en la misma mierda, cabrones. Me encantaría poder decirles, güey, únense al tren del mame y vámonos para arriba. La razón por la que hice mi long, y solamente para que lo entiendan, fue, tengo una invalidación acá, este alto, y aquí es donde llegamos un poco más técnicos, ¿no? Tengo esto. ¿Por qué? Porque si este fue el alto, ¿no? Tienes después esta vela, la siguiente vela rompe este mínimo, eso quiere decir que estás en una tendencia para abajo. Entonces, por eso usé esta invalidación y compré cuando estaba básicamente en los 64,200 y los 64,500, sabiendo que mi invalidación en los dos, por eso el diferente tipo de apalancamiento que usé, y por eso les recomiendo que vean el video de apalancamiento todos los que son miembros de los en vivos para poder aprender esto. Es diferente, tengo un apalancado de 400X y un apalancado de 100X a que me eliminen las dos posiciones, ¿ok? Ya saqué el dinero, o sea, ya vendí en 65, 65 y cacho, lo que sea, da igual. Fue por esto. Muchos ayer me preguntaban en clase, güey, pero sigues rechazando el promedio del 55. Sí, pero mientras más tocas la puerta, más fácil te la van a abrir. Y la otra cosa que estaba viendo es esto. Tengo todos mis promedios lentos cayendo por debajo de los rápidos. Eso quiere decir que mi promedio del 5, promedio del 9 está por encima del 34. Tengo que subir y tengo fuerza. A mi gusto lo que está haciendo ahorita esta chingadera, y ayer se los conté. ¿Qué primero les dije? Lo primero que la va a hacer es armar de pedo este alto como si no lo fuera a pasar para atrapar cortos. Lo segundo que va a hacer es armar de pedo este alto para que crean que pueden entrar en corto. Vean este alto dónde está para que tengan una idea. Está atrapando cortos, no lo ha tocado y está retrocediendo. Para mí esta es otra oportunidad de long en 64,800. Sé que es prematuro y todo, pero esa para mí es una oportunidad de long. ¿Ok? ¿Cuál es el siguiente nivel que no va a querer, que va a pretender no pasar? Este güey, aprendan el juego de Bitcoin, este o este, porque estos están muy cerca. 65,700, son los dos, 65,700. Y después, ¿qué nivel te va a decir que no va a pasar? Para atrapar cortos, para que no te trepes en long, para que todo el mundo diga, güey, los va a rechazar, va a rechazar, va a rechazar. Ahora, ¿es una idea pendeja hacerle corto a estas zonas? No. Es una idea brillante, pero entendiendo que tienes que usar apalancamiento duro y tienes que salirte rápido. En todos. Tal vez te dure más, pero los demás sí, tienes que salirte en putiza. Eso es lo que yo veo ahorita. Farhan y Alex están esperando confirmaciones, etcétera. A mí me gusta jugar un poco más arriesgado. Y yo creo que aquí donde estás en 68,800 en este promedio de 64,800, déjame ver la de 4 horas, que es mi referencia. Podrías caer hasta 64,600, 64,500 y ahí hacer un long para irte. Pero estás adelantándote al reloj. Aquí no estás tan verga. Lo que sí es, tienes un cruce plateado. Tu promedio del 200 ya está por debajo del 55, el 34, el 21, el 9 y el 5. Estos promedios estando en orden es bastante alcista. Te está dando una vela topera en este momento para que le sigas haciendo corto todo este camino, que es brillante. Y el momento de acá es donde los cortos siguen poniéndolo, y esto te da el golpe para arriba. Sería interesante. ¿Qué otra cosa estoy viendo que me gusta? Les voy a decir esto. En Strategy, estaba viendo ahorita en la mañana esto. No sé cuántos de ustedes pusieron atención en Strategy. Strategy acaba de ser un alto más alto que todos estos locales. Y en lo que subía, que tenías la vela acá, volatilidad estaba en 22%. Eso quiere decir que volatilidad quiere apoyar un movimiento para arriba en Strategy. Volteo y veo Circle. Está recuperándose de sus caíditas, pero todavía no me da nada espectacular. Volatilidad está reseteando, pero Momentum está apuntando para arriba. ¿Qué tengo con Coinbase? Coinbase, literalmente no tengo nada. Pero lo que me gusta de esto es que siguen consolidando para abajo. En lo que estás viendo Cardano romper, en lo que estás viendo los NFTs en este momento pompear otra vez. Es un buen setup. Es un buen setup positivo. La cosa es dónde me voy a subir. Y de nuevo, vean los números de la bolsa. No Bitcoin. Todo está bien. Y lo más cabrón de todo, el peso mexicano contra el dólar, ganando fuerza el peso. Eso es, todo esto, este es el indicador que me dice a mí, ¿va a tener más fuerza a riesgo? Sí. Punto. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver Disney, cabrones. Disney, por el trade, por favor, señor.
Alrighty, Disney, and then Dabney. There's your TO joke for the day.
Great job. I'm gonna go take a piss.
You know, I can actually say Theo jokes because I am a real Theo. I have a nephew. I have a sobrino, so I can actually give the Theo jokes. Alrighty. Disney currently flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone. Get a buy signal here. You're about to get a pink over yellow cross as well. Want to see a closure over this $104 region, and then you should see an extension to somewhere around 107 to 110. Let's go down to the daily. Let's take a look ski at this. Daily, to get a slight closure over the 200 SMA on this last close. This is where you rejected from on your last lower high, and you are kind of basing off of that 200 now, with momentum currently flipped up. Volatility is expanding. You did also close over this box, which brings you towards the top of the box, which is that around that same $110 area. $12 as well, looks the same as the daily. Before 4 hour give you a closer for this high. Now you're basing off that zone. There is no bearish divergence either. Yeah, sometime today this will load. Let's go. Come on. There we go. And 4 hours also making its way towards the upper band. That's at around 107. Let's go into RSI. Today's currently got bullish divergence here. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $94.85. And you're now getting moved into the bullish control zone. Sits at around 106.39. Daily is moving towards the critical zone. That's at 115. This will update in 3 hours, 3.5 hours. 12 hours also in the bullish control zone. 115. It will update in 3.5 hours. 8 hours also got bullish divergence in the bullish control zone, 115, but this will also update in 3.5 hours. Come on. Fight is putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence, which will confirm in 3.5 hours. And this will be 3 drives of bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over $98.39. And this gives you a move into about 114. Let's go back to the 4 hour. So if you do get it moved down to somewhere around like $100, $101 to like say $102 to $100 flat, that would be the only time that I would take a trade on this, where you could then enter into a long with this as your stop loss at the $99.69. Very nice number. And then you'd be targeting around $110 to $114. So let's say the risk around that region, entered at 102. You are risking to this low around 2.28%, and if you're the front 114 at 110, you got around it's almost 8%. So that's like 3 to 1 to like 4, almost 4 to 1 right there. Pretty awesome. Let me go into momentum. Today is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up with volatility expanding from extreme lows as long as you're closing over 94.61. Daily is currently also flipped up as long as you're closing over 98.84. 4 hour is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over 102.64. 2 hours flipped up as long as you're closing over 104.18. Close to flipping down. And I believe this is going to be down. Yeah, and the hourly is currently flipped down as long as you're closing over 105.01. So that to support the slight move to the downside. And anywhere around that 102 area is where I would start entering into this long with that stop loss at 98.69. Well, I guess 1 cent below there at 98.68. And from there, targeting the target is actually 114, but I would front run that, put it at 110, and that way you got about 2% against you versus almost 8% in your favor. And if you don't get that fill at that $102 level, it's up to you if you're comfortable with the risk of longing with $2 above it. I personally would just sit out if I don't get that move to $102, because then the odds are much greater in your favor, because you're also closer to your stop loss. But that's up to your determination on the risk management. But ideally, the trade idea is enter 102, stop loss at 98.69, and then you're aiming for about $110 for your TP.
Now, why wouldn't you get a little bit more exquisite and wait and wait for the $100. On the 4-hour, the SMA 200 is right there in the $100 mark. And on the daily, you have the EMA 100 and the 9 about to get there.
That's true, I guess. A little bit closer to the $100. It's also a psychological number as well.
Right? And then your invalidation would be what? 99.69?
98.69.
98.69.
99.69. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 99.69. Because it's this fucking wick low. That means then you're reversing the trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll obviously I'm going to give the trade that you're saying, but if I were going to trade this bullshit, I'd wait until the 100. If you don't give me that, I'm not touching it.
I'm
be patient.
The TP and the entry.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, señor. Much appreciated. Ok, dos cosas que están viendo por acá. Vamos a ver Disney rápido en esta tendencia. Ven este gran canal, ¿eh? Está en la media del puto canal esta cosa. Ok, déjenme ver la de 2 semanas. Estás en una mega tendencia de confusión, ¿no? Porque tienes un nuevo mínimo acá, pero tienes un alto, ahora estás bajando. Esto debería de reventar a la alza, pero lo he hecho varias veces, ¿eh? Donde tienes todos los promedios por acá y te chinga después de que vienes al SMA 200 en la de 2 semanas, que es lo que ha aparecido, que falla una y otra puta vez en Disney. Algo que me gustaría ver rápido. Yo sé que esto es un trade diario y ahorita te lo voy a dar, que está muy fácil. Okay. Esto cómo se ve aquí. Nel, lo tienes que juntar acá. No me gusta. Estoy forzando, pero también queda con este SP. Sí. Ok. Más estructurado. Esto lo bajaría tantito más acá. Ahí estás. Ándale. Bonito. Si lo bajas más a este, ¿qué queda? Todavía mejor, en realidad. Ok. Empieza a verse bien por acá este breakout, pero aquí la cosa es, te vas a preguntar si quieres vender acá o si quieres vender donde está el SMA 200 en la de 2 semanas, ¿no? Que está por ahí de los 120. Déjame, me aseguro que estoy diciendo la verdad y no mamadas. Sí, 120, tal cual. Vamos a ir a la diaria y la de 4 horas para no complicar esto tanto. Estás en una clara tendencia alcista, bajo, bajo más alto, alto, alto más alto, ¿no? Ya también te reventaste este alto más alto y ahora vas a ir a cazar este en los 110. También aquí podría ser el fallo, ¿no? En estos 110. ¿Cuál es el movimiento que tienes? No es corto. La idea es, tienes básicamente todo apuntando para arriba. Tienes el RSI apuntando para arriba en el MACD, tienes apuntando para arriba, tienes volatilidad apuntando para arriba. Esto quiere decir que probablemente no pare, ¿ok? Entonces tienes más en tu contra si le vas a hacer corto. Por eso, aunque tengas una invalidación súper chida acá para un corto, no valdría la pena. La idea sería, ve dónde tienes tu promedio del 100. Tienes todos los promedios, como les acabo de dar en el ejemplo de Bitcoin. Tienes todos tus promedios ahí. Tienes el promedio del 100 que fue tu zona de rechazo todo este tiempo, que está justamente acá en los $100. En la de 4 horas, dale 30 minutos a esto. Tienes tu promedio del 200 justamente en los 100 también. Y lo que te gustaría ver es, ven a retestear tu zona de breakout que está por aquí en los 100, 101. Usa este mínimo como invalidación en 99.69. Me salió chuequísima la línea. Acá. Y te vas en long. Y acá tú vas a escoger. Lo vas a hacer a los 110, que es básicamente este máximo de acá. ¿No? Lo puedes hacer un poco antes, por si crees que va a ser un alto más bajo. O le vas a poner toda la fe de Diosito a esta cosa y que va a venir al canal de acá, los 113. O le vas a poner todavía aún más fe y crees que vas a ir al SMA 200 de las 2 semanas en los 120. Ahí es donde tienes libertad de escoger, mi hermano. El libre albedrío, que no existe, pero bueno. No vamos a hablar de eso ahorita, Alejandro. Ok, perdón. Pero básicamente, entrada, Farhan sugiere en los 102 con los 99.69 de invalidación. Yo sugeriría que te pongas exquisito y te la hagas del rogar a los 100, 101 con la invalidación en 99.69. Bueno, 68 porque es un centavo abajo. Y es lo que llamaría la atención de un buen trade de esta mamada de Disney. ¿Ok? Listo. Ok, Alex, what do we got now? 1 second. TTD. TDs. The trade desk.
Nice.
For investing.
TDs. I like that name more.
It's beautiful.
I don't think I've ever looked at this actually in my end.
Yeah, me, I don't see any trend lines in here.
No meme lines on your side? Okay.
Nope.
All right, let me get a few in. Let me share my screen. Let's get started. Investment probably or trade?
For investing.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice, right on. Well, I mean, off first glance, on the bi-monthly, you are at the 100% for what it's worth. Now, you have really been testing the 100% for a long time. So there's the like flip end of that one. But just really in the extreme zone with even volatility now capped out at 100%. Last time you saw this was back in 2019 when BBWP just started to come, and this chart was just around for like a year and a half. For me, I'm looking at this spot to really hold. If we throw HBDR off and really focus just on the lines and the wick lows, you can see that this was the last low that really held before trade desk actually went on a nice move all the way up to $90. Now, that doesn't mean from here you're bouncing to $90, but it just means that buyers really did show up at this region. So now that we've officially hit it into July, or no, why is it not showing August? All right, because this is a bi-monthly, duh. Now that we're into August, my apologies, we should now be looking for this to kind of be like a spring zone if bulls are going to show up, meaning you should be maybe being an investor here if you need to at all. Understand, though, that in my perspective, with these charts, it's just more now conviction and fundamentals over TA if you're an investor, because this is really a dead chart. You're in a sell trigger, you're rejecting the 5, you're in a bi-monthly downtrend. And then you can even go down to the monthly and you can see it gets even worse. Monthly silver cross down. Haven't tested that even since the cross occurred. Meaning even if, let's say, this bounces from here and goes all the way up to 28, 26 bucks, more likely is going to reject. But hey, that still means it does at least over 50%, like 83%. So that's kind of all I'm seeing here. Let's see monthly HBDR. Yeah, so we're also pressing the 97.5%. But again, look what happened when we hit the 100% here back in February. It did result into a nice move up slightly. Nice move up actually, 56%. And that's what I figured. But then I saw this. I was like, I don't know if that was a nice move up. But no, 56% off of the 100, which is definitely not bad. But again, just plays into you didn't get a bottoming move here. Price has now just gone down to the really low that we saw back in 2019. So really be focused on this region. I do think that you, the buyer, should be looking at $13.80 to $14. And if TDD ends up losing this zone, understand what that'll mean. You're going into like the abyss of the chart. You're probably going to $8. And let me see here. Yeah, that would, if this loses $8, you're going to have a target down to around 6. So just be fully aware if you're like an investor here, you have to, this is the proper spot to show up. But if you end up losing that $14 zone, you are going to actually make a move down to $6.50. And that just really does start becoming even more of a dead chart, go down 50%. And understand the ranges have been well respected, right? So like this opened up 27% down. The most recent one just gave us a 55% down. So we really can't act like the ranges aren't well respected here. Goodness, my dogs. Sorry. So yeah, $14. I'm an investor. Watch that zone very carefully and really pay attention to your moving averages here on this chart. This is going to be a really key thing. and you really are just going to have an easy gauge of when you're going to be bullish, just simply by like an EMA 9 getting reclaimed on any time frame on a weekly or above. So notice the weekly 9 can't get reclaimed. Notice here the bi-weekly 9 can't get reclaimed. And then most importantly, that monthly 9 hasn't even been tested. So if you're an investor, your target is simply $26 at this point. And again, you're running only on conviction and like fundamentals, no TA. Because this is like a dead chart. And really, if into this week you end up closing under 14, which basically looks like it's very likely to do that, you are entering into a 50% range down. So I will just say that on the bear end of things. But when you are at the extremity low of a chart, pressing the 100%, and also testing a major bottom that held a low for a good part of the entire bull market, I would be convinced buyers should at minimum show up and maybe get that monthly silver cross retest, which will mean that should at least give you that move up to around $28, $29, like maybe 1-2 months, if $14 holds. So hopefully that made sense. Sorry about my dogs. I did put them out. Yeah. TDD. What a weird chart, honestly. I've never even heard about it. I think I've heard the name on like Twitter, on X, Trade Desk, but
it's called the Trade Desk. No idea what they do, but they had seems like $650 million in revenue, and they have $1.5 billion in cash. So it could be just bad news. I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know what they do.
Healthy
Can't
stat.
tell you.
Earning was August 6th. They just reported, so maybe this is just the earnings dump right into major support.
Yeah, also earnings dumps, if it's at the bottom, that's really good. Like Lucid, for example, that just did that, and right now just keeps making higher lows and higher highs locally after that.
Good point, honestly. And I would look at this as the extremity low. You're testing that major bottom back in March 2020, basically the COVID dump. So you should expect buyers to come up here. And I mean, not that it's going to go up to like 90 or even $100, but even just that move to the monthly 9 silver cross is like 80 something percent. So
yeah,
I would not be wanting to short into this unless you get like at least 2 weeks of under $14. Then okay, maybe.
yeah, I agree. Thank you, señor. Estamos viendo de Trade Desk. No tengo ni puta idea qué hagan estos güeyes, si van a recuperarse o no. Recuerden que el peligro de invertir en una tabla de estas, aquí es donde tú tienes que entender por qué no va a caer más allá de... Me caga usar la palabra fundamentales porque es fundamentalmente para imbéciles pensar que existen más allá de literalmente sentido común. ¿Qué es sentido común? Por ejemplo, y esto es lo que yo creo, ¿no? Puede estar completamente mal. ¿Por qué Lucid no va a quebrar? Que es parte de cómo me gusta ver mis tablas. ¿Por qué Lucid no va a quebrar? ¿No? ¿Por qué compré? ¿Por qué estaba interesado en este fondo? Etcétera. Y pueden ver que va para arriba, tuviste tu SFP aquí abajo y continúas en una tendencia para arriba, tienes su cruce plateado a la alza, estás aguantando acá, si lo pones en la semanal, todavía es más bonito lo que se ve en Lucid, pudiendo agarrar el promedio del 9 ya por fin. Estás ante el 21 que sigue retesteándolo para poder romper ir al 34. Se ve bien. ¿Por qué el Lucid no iba a irse a cero? La razón por qué es por lo que, y tengo experiencia en el ramo de los coches, y digo, güey, he visto amigos que quieren comprar marcas de coches o que han empezado marcas de coches y cuánto dinero pusieron. El tío que conozco que invirtió en Rivian, él empezó con $400 millones. Él puso de su propia bolsa 400 melones, ¿ok? Me estás chingando y me estás diciendo que Lucid vale menos de $1,000 millones con una tercera parte de las ventas de Rivian en este momento. No. Perdón, pero no. Y también veo que Apple se gastó $10,000 millones en crear un coche eléctrico y no pudo. Veo que los saudis son dueños de Lucid, son los mismos dueños de Uber, están invertidos en Lucid y entienden que Elon Musk, si le rentan los coches a Elon Musk, les va a salir en un ojo de la cara y le van a tener siempre que pagar a Elon. Si ellos tienen su propio coche, a.k.a. Lucid, van a poder hacer lo mismo que Tesla está haciendo una vez que tengan piloto automático. ¿Ok? Por eso lo están haciendo con Nuro y con todas estas empresas. Entonces, personalmente yo aquí me aviento a algo que no tiene sentido. ¿Ok? Cuando te estás metiendo en The Trade Desk, y lo voy a poner en la mensual, algo así, tú tienes que entender y hacer el mismo tipo de análisis basado en algo que tú entiendas aquí. Por eso cuando me preguntan todo el tiempo, güey, ¿cómo ves esta tabla? ¿Crees que sea como lo que hiciste con Lucid, lo que hiciste con Rivian? No sé, güey, es porque no tengo referencia. A mi gusto, los güeyes que te dan y analizan tablas o negocios que no comprenden perfectamente el nicho y el valor mínimo de lo que estás comprando, simplemente están abarcando demasiado. O creen que saben, pero pues no sabes, güey. Y acá la respuesta es no tengo ni puta idea. Si estás viéndolo solamente desde el punto de vista de análisis técnico, tienes que primero pensar en esto. Tienes un tope acá en el 2021 como todo cripto. ¿Y bajó a cuánto? 65%. Del tope que tienes ahorita a donde estás es 90%. ¿Ok? ¿Se puede recuperar? ¿Alguna vez ha visto una caída así? No. Esta mamada salió al público. Vamos a ver todas las caídas que ha tenido. Esta es la más grande de acá. Cayó 35%, o sea, nada que ver. La caída de acá, ¿qué me dices? 35%. ¿Qué me dices de la caída de COVID? 60%. Esta es la caída más grande en toda la historia de esta mamada. Y recuerda que el mercado bajista más potente de toda la historia fue el 2000, bueno, de esta tabla, el 2022. Cuando, cuando tienes algo así, no te quieres meter, a menos de que... Y se vale, ¿no? Cada quien tiene sus propias ideas, se los digo siempre. A menos de que tú entiendas algo que yo no entiendo de esto, y lo que diríamos es justamente lo que dice Alex. Puedes ver que rebotaste en esta zona, en donde estás ahorita, básicamente en los 13.40. Compra aquí, güey, si estás invirtiendo. El pedo es, te llevas este mínimo y tu siguiente objetivo son los $8. Y ese es un recorte de donde estás comprando acá, ahí, de 30 y tantos por ciento, 35%. O sea, es todo un mercado bajista más. ¿Cómo lo puedes cortar? Pon aquí mismo, date a respetar. Y di, güey, si esta mamada baja del mínimo ahorita que ya marcó, que está ya a 7, casi 8% de lejos, me salgo. Es lo que yo usaría. Es una buena idea invertir aquí, no tengo ni puta idea, tío. O sea, no te vamos a mentir. Lo que sí noto es que esta caída la dio en resultados malos. Cuando tienes buenos resultados y estás en el tope y caes, ese es un tope. Pregúntenle a Oracle. Cuando tienes malos resultados y estás ya abajo, puede que haya marcado un fondo si es que no se va a ir a cero. Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. Vamos a ver ahora. ¿Qué vergas? Vamos a ver ahora. El petróleo es lo que habían pedido. Un segundo. Y una cosa. Déjenme hago el giveaway de BLOFIN, cabrones. Se me está yendo el pedo muy cabrones. No seas mamón. Tengo que. Denme un segundito. Tengo que entrar acá. Lo voy a hacer de una vez. Lo vamos a hacer de una vez, ¿ok? Parna. Deme un segundito. Deme un segundito nada más. Para poder llevarlos al fin de semana con un poco de lana en la cartera, güey. Oye, qué padre, Roberto, que hagas estas cosas, ¿no? Porque de verdad que me inspira a que vayas a chingar a tu puta madre. Vamos a ver. Acá lo tenemos, damas y caballeros. Bluffing. Aquí está. Pero tengo tantas cuentas y tantas cosas que tengo que verificar cada que entro. Ok. Ya estamos adentro, estamos adentro. Ok. Abre el panelito del giveaway, mi estimada. Ok. Bien. Aquí andamos. Recuerden que para participar en esto lo único que tienen que hacer es ir a nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy o a nuestro Discord y usar el link, el enlace para registrarse con ellos. Si no saben lo que están haciendo y no eres trader, no te metas acá, por favor. No vale la pena que ganes esto. Es dinero para tradear de todas maneras. No vale la pena. ¿Ok? Los exquisitos requisitos de todo esto, para que lo tengan acá, estamos regalando $4,800 a la semana y lo que tienes que hacer es, para poder participar, depositar $100, te da un ticket, $200, 2 tickets, $300, 3 tickets, o también para que te den más tickets, mover $50,000, 150,000, 400,000, te dan diferentes tickets acá en volumen. Mucha gente va a decir, no mames, güey, ¿cuánta gente está tradeando $50,000? Güey, pones $500 en un par de trades con apalancamiento y ahí estás, ¿no? O sea, $500 con un 100X es $50,000, para que tengas una idea. Pero no recomiendo que usen todo ese apalancamiento como el degenerado de su tío Salo. Solamente para que quede claro y no les vean la cara, mis estimados. Vamos de vuelta por acá y vamos a empezar a sacar. Vamos a empezar con los $200. La primera posición, damas y caballeros, solamente quiero asegurarme que esté en pantalla. Efectivamente, voy a acercarme un poco más y vamos a sacar al ganador de estos $200. Hay muy poca gente tradeando, es verano, estamos en un mercado bajista y literalmente no hay volumen. Los exchanges están llorando y llorando todos los putos días de que, oh, tienen que hacer más cosas para no sé qué, güey. No hay nadie tradeando, así que probablemente la misma persona gane todo esto. B a la O, mi hermano, has ganado en todos los giveaways. Felicidades, continúas ganándolos. Felicidades. Te llevas $200. Vamos a ver si vas a agregar también ahorita mismo otros $400. Aquí viene el ganador, damas y caballeros, de nuestro premio en BLOFIN. De nuevo, para registrarte solamente, para que participes, solamente necesitas registrarte en BLOFIN con nuestro enlace de referidos en nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy o en nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Con eso participas. Ganaste 400. Felicidades, esta es tu primera. Así que muchísimas felicidades, mi estimado, con esos $400. Vamos a ver quién de ustedes dos repite, porque a mí me gustaría pensar que probablemente alguno de ustedes vaya a repetir. De nuevo, muy poca gente participando. No lo digo para que te metas acá entusiasmado, pero de verdad, muy poca gente participando. Me sorprendería que fuera alguien nuevo. Ahí está, veo. Felicidades, cabrón. Te llevaste $1,200 el día de hoy. Para que vean qué tan poquita gente hay tradeando en estos momentos. Con eso dicho, damas y caballeros, vamos a ver qué es lo que estábamos viendo todos los días. Podemos... Palantir. No, el petróleo primero. El petróleo para un trade. Les voy a decir esto con todo el cariño del mundo. El trade del petróleo fácil ya se les fue. Ya ahorita está nada más ahí por inercia, ¿ok? Nada más estás buscándole a que te cojan. Ok. Oil for a trade, señor, por favor.
Alrighty. Oil. Go to US oil today. Alrighty. Zoom in here. Did make a slightly lower low momentum. Well, price made a higher low, so you're putting in some hidden bullish divergence here between these 2 points. This is going to require a closure over $86.87 to confirm. Okay, and those volatility is starting to go into expansion again from basically 0%. You're close to getting a bullish cross also, with the pink close to crossing over the yellow. Look at the daily. Daily also put in a local bottom here, closing back over that wick high, and also reclaiming the 200 SMA. Any divergence present here? You're putting in hidden bullish divergence on the daily as well between these 2 points. Daily did confirm it on yesterday's close, and that does give you a target upwards towards somewhere around $82. 12 hours close to putting in a bullish engulfing candle, dildo. Momentum is currently flipped up. Any divergence? Let's see. No. And you do got a silver cross to the downside. $80 is retesting the cross. But you are lucky to come up and test 84 though. 4 hours currently flipped down, although you have a bullish cross in the bearish control zone. Let's draw this off, mark this off. Alrighty. And let's take one more. There we go. Quite large, but we're only going to take the initial ones. 2%, 12, 13. I would just take the whole thing. 13, 28. %, 7, and then about 10. %, 5%. About 3%. And currently, we've done about 0.7%. So we haven't done that 2% minimum. 2 to 3% would bring us towards somewhere around like $80. And that is the target of your divergences as well. Let's check out the RSI. US oil. Today's got hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below $90.46. And let me see what else. Nothing there. You're approaching the bullish control zone, which is at 86, 87. Daily I'll confirm bullish divergence with volatility expanding, gives you a target of somewhere around $96 to $98 for around $100. And 4 hour putting in a fresh drive for bullish divergence, which will confirm with any closure over $77.26. And if you do confirm that, that gives you a move into somewhere around $87. And then you do have other time frames giving you targets upwards of around close to, into the 90s. 2 hours confirmed bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $76.73. You do have support at around $77.80. So somewhere around this region, somewhere around $77.90 towards like $77.60, $77.50 would be the entry for that long. Your stop loss would be this region here, and then your TP is going to be somewhere around like $87 for running the 90s a little bit. So that risk is, let's see, 77.80 to this region here. It's around 1.66% versus 87. Let's front run that even a little bit more and put it at 85, and that's 9% in your favor. Pretty good. Let's check out momentum also. Oh, there we go. Today is currently flipped down. It's going to be down as long as you're closing below $89.09. Daily is flipped down also, going to remain down as long as you're closing below $85. And nothing here. 12 hours also, well, 12 hours currently freshly flipped back up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over, excuse me, one second, let me scratch my ear, as long as you're closing over $75.75. And see what else there is, and you're also putting hidden bullish divergence on the 12 hour. 8 hours currently also flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $74.69. Nice number. 4 hours currently also flipped up with the Turp of Life, and you got Polish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $77.69. Nice number. 2 hours currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $78.24. But yeah, basically that idea where somewhere around $77.80 to $77.60 would be that entry for the long. This previous low would be the stop, and your actual target is somewhere into the 90s, but I'm front running that and putting it at $85. That puts it at around 1.7% against you versus 9% in your favor.
Can you see my screen? Yeah, it's just black.
No, I don't see anything.
1 second.
It's just black.
Sorry, kicked me out. My internet went out for a second. It's like I live in fucking Mexico or the middle of LA, which is disgusting. I would
Basically
never.
the same thing.
Sell a wolf, not Russell. Remove this, remove this. Which one is it? Okay, 1 second. Okay, there you go. Now share. Okay, it took me to my silver chart. Beautiful. Okay, oil. Oil. That's the sake I like. Hoyo. Not oil, but it's pretty good. We're going to do Palantir next, Alex, for,
Yeah, perfect.
let me see, for investing, I think. It's a little too late. A little too late for now. Yeah, for investing. Ok. Petróleo. Voy a simplificar un poco esto poniéndole la semanal y puedes ver que vienes en una tendencia bajista, creando nuevos mínimos, mínimo un alto más bajo que estos, pero estás aguantando el promedio del 100 y el del 200, es donde está rebotando. En la diaria se ve un poco similar porque también estás agarrando el S&P 200 acá, pero tienes momentum apuntando para arriba, has visto todos esos rechazos por acá y puse esta línea meme porque es justamente el objetivo de a dónde va el trade. La de 4 horas es la que te va a guiar. En la de 4 horas puedes ver esta estructura que está creando en este momento. Estás retomando el S&P 200, tienes este mínimo. Este mínimo es lo que vas a usar como tu invalidación aquí en los 76.50 y te vas a querer trepar al trade por acá en los 77.60, 77.50 para eventualmente venir a los $90. Pero primera zona de fricción y tienes que tenerlo completamente en mente, son los $87. Entonces tienes una excelente oportunidad acá. Tienes un 1.25% en contra y a la alza, básicamente a tu objetivo, un 12%. Así que básicamente 1 a 10 en retorno y es así es como se ve, totío. Y otra vez, tienes que invalidarlo justamente aquí. Si ves que te llevas esto, vas a venir a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Así que no te me confíes. Y recuerda, podemos analizar todo lo que quieras el petróleo, y te lo digo con todo el corazón y todo el amor del mundo. Podemos analizar lo que quieras. Esto ya no tiene sentido en mi punto de vista, técnicamente hablando, analizarlo. Porque están jugando con todos, ¿ok? Pero el análisis técnico de esta mamada es lo que dice. Y ahí lo tienes. Vamos a ver Palantir para una inversión que ya hay varios. Escuché Ramón que se anda luciendo estos días. Tremenda entrada, tremendota entrada para ver Palantir.
Yeah, wow, what a bounce. What a girthy green dildo. And perfectly right off that 125 zone. The monthly 21 really held, really not even getting out of the monthly moving average range. Now, for me, you potentially are getting an opportunity into next month. This month, the opportunity is, yeah, in my opinion, gone. You've taken out all the previous monthly highs. This monthly candle's up already 38%, a very massive green dildo. So into next month, you should just be watching for really a buy at 142 to 145. Just simply play what you know, and that's the monthly 5 and 9. Really do like to get tested on Palantir, and if we're truly bullish, it's gonna hold and expand up. Now, look at last time we had a nice girthy green dildo up. You did end up actually testing the 5 and even going in for an EMA 9 retest. Same thing here and over here as well. And you can see the moves up were just brought to you because the monthly 5 was holding. For me, I have to look at Palantir as a very bullish chart. And so for that, it's most likely going to play off of the monthly 5. And so for really an investment standpoint, I would just be playing that setup going into next month. That means this month you're just waiting and watching essentially. You're being patient and you're really watching to see if you're gonna close above firstly that monthly 9, and secondly get back above really June 1st or just June's all-time high at 163. The wick high on June at 163.70 is really what you're watching for on the lower time frames to see if you're gonna possibly get a continuation up to 190 before the monthly closes, and that would just be basically the daily SMA 200 holding, and that would give us expansion up to 190. So again, I don't think you should be doing anything on this chart. Investors are just waiting for next month, and that should be the month where you're going to get the SFP play of the monthly 9. Understand that that setup could take you all the way up to 190, and at that point, why wouldn't you make a new all-time high on Palantir? You can also see that the monthly median is right at 178, very near 190. And you can see if you actually get back above the monthly median, that'll take price all the way up to $264. So overall, amazing price action you've had on Palantir. And even the bounce here got the bounce right off the bottom, 38.2%. So almost a breakdown, but really bears could not stick the landing. You even see volatility didn't give a setup on the monthly, but now you're back above the moving average. That's really a big shift, something we haven't seen all year. And you really got this contraction of volatility in March of 2025. So it's been quite a while. This is a nice shift, and really a green dildo was expected. But again, I would not be an investor here. I'm not buying up here. Really be patient for that 145, 146 zone. Play the monthly 9 and 5. And if really we're going to be bullish, you're just simply going to expand off your monthly 5. Imagine just simply playing your monthly 5 here. Look at every move up as like from an investor standpoint. Firstly, easy. Second point, good gains, honestly. 99%. And then 96%. And then it did come in again for another retest. Even the monthly 9 got tested there. That gave you a 61%. So you get the point. I mean, major volatility moves on this chart on the monthly. And I don't see why that dynamic would change. You even were getting rejections off the monthly 5 in this move down. So Palantir has gone down from wick high, wick low, 48%. That is quite impressive, and you should be looking for some kind of major bottom here. These kind of charts, when they're new and they're grinding down like this, relative to like stocks new, it just really looks like it's just putting in some kind of macro higher low. So let's see that really fast. Just remember, we're investors. We want to see the bigger picture. And yeah, so what we've seen so far the last maybe a year is just a higher low in the 6 month. What I mentioned so much is that monthly 5 and 9. Look at the 6 month 5. So are we epically bearish on this chart? No. Does this look even concerning? Not at all. And should you be an investor into the region I talked about? I agree and think so, because even you have quarterly confluence of just your monthly 5 getting the SFP, and that's at 142. Let's just see here. So when we got back above the quarterly 5, look at the opportunity that lied before the major move up. That was just off the 5 year. And that was even before an uptrend was confirmed. I would say now that the higher low is in, higher high is almost guaranteed. Don't like to say that. It's just statistically more likely. It's a better way to say it. So 21% from current market price is the target. You could go up maybe 44% from the entry. That's why we're going to be fully paying attention to really Palantir next month. Let's see if bulls hold this momentum. You absolutely don't want to see this reject, leave any kind of major wick down. And if you see at all this month break under 145, this was a liquidity grab. This isn't trap posturing, in my opinion. And you're really just hoping that this monthly low, doesn't get taken out. But yeah, I'm just essentially visually looking for this, and you're going to break out. So good chart too. I'm really looking into next month, maybe to even add Palantir to my rotation and my investing bag, because you cannot argue with a quarterly 6-month higher low, quarterly EMA 5 reclaim, and it could just be gearing up for a really nice bull market. Honestly, doesn't seem like Palantir had too much of a sell-off overall.
No, and I love too that it's been down since November of 2025. That gives you like enough time for it to digest all the downtime, right? Because at some point it's got to break out, and what better than on a weekly you're doing higher highs basically since basically January of this year. I mean, that puts you right there.
Weekly buy trigger too. I didn't even see that, and that's actually good confluence of the weekly to the kind of zone we're looking to buy at 145, 140. I would just, again, I still stand on just waiting till next month if you're an investor, because Palantir's been that chart where it's like, it's pretty simple on the monthly. Just wait for the 5. If it is bullish, it's going to test it even multiple times, the entire leg up, and that'll just be bears fighting it. So even on this perspective, if it just holds, maybe consolidates, and then moves down, and then goes into next month, it's just a weekly higher low brewing.
Silver cross to the upside right here too, about to happen after the downside.
And there's the retest brewing. So yeah, really Palantir's looking pretty good. It's looking good now. I just think it's setting up massively for next month. And that'll just be like the easy confirmation. It's just a monthly 5 and 9 holding, taking us up to a new high.
May I also add that Ray Dalio told everyone that the new crash was coming right here?
Oh boy, that's insane. You can't be that good.
Come on, dude. Come on. And people think it's crazy to say that these motherfuckers are putting up a show. I need to work for this side, dude. They're fucking amazing. What a show. What a show they're putting
up. From that point, it launched up, like 40%?
Yeah.
People, so overall, everybody can agree that they manipulated the Nasdaq down 10% to liquidate that Leopold guy, but they don't think they do that every day.
Yeah, no. To me, it's fantastic that people think they can manipulate the market once. The market's not free. It moves however they want it to move, like however they move it. That's why when they're giving you bad news over and over again, you fucking, that dick's gotta get hard, son. Get in there all the time. This was, remember, the AI trade is done, right? And also technology. Google's done basically while it's putting like lower highs. The same thing with Microsoft, Amazon. Right now on Amazon's my favorite because they're like, dude, Jeff Bezos sold stock. Get ready for it to fucking rally even more. Nvidia is about to like come back to all-time highs. It's pretty good. Meta is the only one that's struggling right now. The best margin on a buy would be Meta, in my view.
Jeff Bezos sold the stock and took the money and put it on to BLOFIN to long on the perps.
Well, something that no one has learned about those things is that my guy sells. Like when they're telling you that he sells, they make it seem like he's buying and he's selling right here at the top before he dumps. But dude's been like, he sold here, he sold here, he sold here. He DCAs the outs, right? And they only tell you, you only remember the last time they told you that he sold. Does that make sense? Before he dropped.
Or they'll even talk about like the past. Maybe he did sell like before COVID dumped, but everything dumped before then. Something, and then they'll relate it to he just sold now. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I've seen Jeff just likes to sell. Honestly, he's just
Well, that's how they get their money, dude. That's the only money that they have.
that girl's probably expensive. So
I mean, she does look like the Joker, so I can't imagine. She probably is burning the cash in that warehouse.
yeah, I would ignore that. Jeff selling. I didn't even know he sold. Honestly, I didn't even know people were talking about that.
Yeah. Well, people are retarded, so you got to pay attention to what people say. Know what the news says. You got to see. If you see a school of retards running around, see, hey, what are you guys talking about? And then just do exactly the opposite.
Crazy for Palantir. I mean, it's only down now from all-time high, 17%. Absolutely massive dick to suck if you sold your bags at all into the 108s to like 140s. It's like, wow, that was just not like it just really eliminated that entire move down. Pretty insane, really. And
Yeah.
Palantir, it's funny because where Ray Dalio even mentioned it's over. It's like you could see legitimately the moving average on the weekly gave you a setup down to like 70s, but did it confirm it? No, it never confirmed it. Never broke down. You got to an SFP, held the retest, and then got the green dildo up. It just seems like a lot of shorts are probably playing that without the confirmation, and that's why the confirmations are key for this.
Whenever you consolidate like this, is to trap as many of those motherfuckers as possible. And then you finally get one of these. That's the get in, boys. Get in. We're going to go lower. And then
literally. Yeah,
Yep.
honestly, that's a good learning right there. Good example. It'll
Yeah.
always do that fake SFP lower low. Your short is so juicy. And then that's all you get for the next few weeks.
Well, we got at least Ramon here, which we had like ideas right here and the mid of the channel right here. He bought at 107. So
brilliant.
Yeah, he's set.
Absolutely
Fucking
brilliant
set.
guy.
Yeah. Ok, I'm going to do this one. Palantir, rápidamente. Recuerden, Ray Dalio les dijo en esta vela que vendieran todo porque era la nueva crisis financiera y solamente ha subido 40% desde entonces. Así que gracias a Dios, Ray Dalio está aquí para darnos consejos de inversión. La otra cosa que tenemos que recordar, esta es una vista semanal de Palantir. Habíamos tenido un cruce plateado acá, justamente en el fondo. Y ahora ese cruce plateado a la baja se está convirtiendo en ala alza, ¿ok? Lo primero que tienes que ver para revertir una tendencia es la semanal, que se lleve primero los últimos máximos y luego los que siguen. Ya lo hizo. Esta es una reversión de tendencia. Sobre todo con el promedio del 25, del 21 y el 55, que es el cruce plateado, cambiando de lugar. Acá vas a tener una oportunidad en el retesteo de la misma zona. Básicamente, esta es la zona. Si pongo una línea aquí, van a poder ver el por qué rechazo, pum, para arriba, tantito. Aquí, una vez que lo pierdes, este es tu fondo, este es tu SFP, vienes para arriba. Esta debería de ser tu zona donde puedas agregar. Ya estás muy cerca ahorita de máximo, solamente estás 17% abajo y probablemente esto vaya a ir a hacer nuevos máximos históricos. La otra cosa que me encanta es cuánto tiempo llevaba bajando. Literalmente desde noviembre del 2025, tuvo un año básicamente para digerir toda la bajada y ahora esto completamente es natural, este tipo de subidas. Ramón, para ti que compraste aquí en los 107, felicidades, estimado, bien hecho. Promedio del 100, ¿cuántas veces lo dijimos, tíos? No lo tocas. No lo tocas en bajadas, a menos de que sea el mercado más bajista de toda la historia, que fue el 2022. Son oportunidades grandes, 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 grandes. Voltea a ver en la mensual, como dice Alex, y aquí, regresando a tu promedio del 9, promedio del 5, en esta zona de 145 más o menos, es donde vas a tener oportunidad para agregar si no has comprado todavía Palantir. Y eso te va a poner del tope, digamos, 145, 30% abajo, si es que te da esa oportunidad. Si no, no lo toques, ya estás muy cerca de altos históricos, vas a reventar, vas a ir a altos históricos, pero no sabes por cuánto. Lo podemos sacar en conclusiones y lo que quieras, pero no sabemos la realidad. Y para recordarles, forma más sencilla de entender qué tanto puede corregir algo, ve lo que corrigió me la mamé. Ve lo que corrigió aquí en el 2025 en los aranceles de Palantir, tan famosos. Corrigió 47%. ¿Cuánto corregiste este año? Y sobre todo cuando tienes caídas tan largas. 49%, tío. ¿Qué más quieres? todo el mundo voltea otra vez a ver el 2021 y 2022 y decir, güey, pero es que aquí bajó 2000%. No importa. No estás en un mercado bajista como eso y además tienes a Ray Dalio diciéndote que todo va a colapsar cuando todo está aquí abajo. Compras. El juego psicológico lo es todo en esto. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos con la que sigue rápidamente. Después de ver Palantir, podrían checar el petróleo para un trade. Ya lo hicimos, ya checamos Palantir para alguna inversión. Perdón, esto es cuando nos estábamos quejando del live que no se veía, pero ya lo arreglé. Apple for a trade, por favor, Mr. Farhan.
Alrighty, Apple. And where is Apple? Here it is. Let's check out the weekly real quick for a second. Weekly has lost 9, rejecting the 5 so far. Do you have a fresh silver? I believe, yeah. No, it's not Silver Cross. That's not the 55. It's a different brand. And weekly is now flipped down as well. Weekly's got bearish divergence. Let's go back to the 2-day. Two-day and any move into the 2-day 9 around $318 and $320. I do think would be a short, but let's keep looking. 2 days currently flipped down, ticking up a little bit, retesting the edge of the bearish control zone, although it's still below that. And just go lower to the daily. Daily got that 5 below 21 set up and came down to the 55. Daily's flipped down, close to the moving average though. A little bit lower. Are very close to flipping down here, or silver crossing down here. They will cross as long as you're closing below $316, $317. Let me get a little sip ski of this Coke Zero. My throat's kind of dry. There we go. And sometime today we will get this to load. 4 hours currently flipped up, putting in some hidden bearish diversions, taking out this high here on momentum or prices, making a lower high. Come on, sometime today. Let's go. Come on. I do think you're going to sweep this high here, or at least come back to retest it. And it lines up with the mid band here. Somewhere around this $316 to $320 zone, I do think is going to be the spot to short. And if you don't get that, then I just sit out. Or you could long if you get a 4-hour close above $335. Let's go into RSI. Come on. Sometime today. There we go. Weekly's got confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $333.74. Let me zoom in. You have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone, and now you are starting to lose the bullish control zone, and the neutral zone currently sits at around $280. You are putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, although this is going to require a closure over 344.57 to confirm. 2 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over $311.80, and then this is going to give you a move into somewhere around like $320. Yeah, right around 320. So I would move that short entry from 360 into 320. Daily, putting in a local bottom. This is going to be bottom as long as you're closing over $303.42. And neutral zone sits right around 320, so this is going to update also in 2 hours. Let's go to the 4 hour real quick. 4 hour also has resistance in the 320s. So yeah, basically that idea is you would short that 320, you get your stop loss at $334, and you got your TP at $300 flat, and then $280. So let's see how much risk that is. That's around 4.3% against you to $300, around 6%, and then the actual target is 280, and that would be around like 11%. Not bad.
What do you mean? 4% down and 10%?
The real number is 280.
So you're saying short right here,
No,
320, which is the breakdown zone. Makes sense. But then what's your invalidation?
It's 334.
Yeah, this one. I don't know, Batman. I would be scared. I would say that this is a no trade, but we'll give him the trade. How about that?
Yeah, if you're forced to take a trade, then that will be the trade.
Yeah.
Although there are better ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the SpaceX one. That one's coming. That one's coming. Anything else you boys like to say? You boys are motherfucking done.
Not for me. 65K keeps rejecting by the 12th, then very likely it's going to break down. Basically, just that.
Yep, big day for Bulls and Bears. Let's see the reclaim at 65K. Anything can happen still. Pay attention to the trading alerts. And yeah, I'll see you boys on Monday's stream.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, boys. Enjoy
Yeah.
your weekend.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your weekends. Disfruten tu fin de semanas.
There you go. Have a good one, dude.
Have a way to go.
Thank you. Apple, aquí no hay un trade, cabrón. O sea, tienes la zona de rechazo. Siempre platicamos de regresar a donde rompiste a la baja. ¿Dónde rompiste a la baja? Esta zona. La puedes ver perfectamente aquí. ¿Ok? En los 320. ¿Cuál es tu invalidación? Tristemente tienes un gap. ¿Ok? En esta zona. Y ese gap, ¿dónde se cierra? Aquí. Y luego tienes un gap aquí arriba. Este es como el cuádruple riesgo, por eso lo está haciendo. Tu invalidación estaría acá. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que si vas a entrar en un corto acá en los 321, tienes una invalidación de 5%. No vale la pena. Solamente querías una respuesta, esa es tu respuesta. Pero estás en una tendencia bajista. No es para que, güey, me voy a meter en long y me voy a salir acá. No. Tienes más probabilidad de perder en ese trade que no. Lo que esta mamada podría hacer más sería, ¡pup, pup! No hay trade en Apple. Entonces, tristemente, ahí lo tienes resumido. ¿Qué más habían puesto por acá rápido? Si están entrando aquí, jefes, es la primera vez que están entrando, ¿no? Porque ahorita viene alguien y pregunta, güey, ¿dónde puedo hacerle un corto a strategy? No preguntes qué dirección quieres, porque estás metiendo un bias en ello. ¿Qué pasa si yo veo esta tabla y te digo, no, güey, en realidad esto es un long acá? ¿No? Porque, pues sí, se llevó los altos y lo está rechazando el promedio del 34, ¿no? Pero básicamente Bitcoin está en la zona que habíamos platicado nosotros ahorita. Puedes verlo perfectamente aquí. Está retesteando la zona de los promedios para después reventar a la alza. Ya te llevaste el máximo. Ahora, este podría ser la gatada de que se llevó la liquidez. Va a ajustar para acá y regresar. Pero Strategy simplemente está siguiendo Perdón, vi como que alguien estaba aquí, pero no hay nadie. Probablemente es Ray Dalio aquí advirtiéndome remotamente que algo va a pasar. En strategy, no tienes un corto ya ahorita. La razón por qué es porque a la hora que llegamos a esto, si lo quisieras usar acá, tienes una invalidación de 8%. La cosa es, en strategy no es mamada y pueden ver ahora que bajó, la volatilidad también cayó con él. La volatilidad quiere apoyar un movimiento al alza. Entonces, aquí, con momentum apuntando para arriba en la diaria, volatilidad queriendo apoyar un movimiento a la alza, es suicidio. No tienes eso. Yo en strategy, honestamente, veo más un long y con una invalidación aquí abajo de 2.56%. Ya me meto en la de 4 horas para ver. Efectivamente. Yo a esto, donde estoy viendo todos los promedios cambiar de lugar, volatilidad nula, momento apuntando para arriba, simplemente me meto en long acá, donde está, o puedo esperar un poquito más abajo, pero donde está ya está saludable y tienes una invalidación de 2.8% acá para que puedas ahí ver tu apalancamiento. Te llevas esto y este fue un tope y vas a hacer no un nuevo mínimo, tal vez un nuevo mínimo, pero irías para abajo, que no tendría mucho sentido. Pero ahí lo tienes. Denme un segundito. Ok. Denme un segundito y me contesto esto. Ah, me gusta cuando me amenazan y no tienen nada de... no tienen nada de poder sobre la amenaza. Ah, WorldCoin es una pésima inversión. No sé nada de ella, tío. No tengo ni puta idea. No vayas a preguntar eso. Ya vimos Bitcoin. Ahí está mi vieja. Pues ahí lo tienen. Básicamente seguimos esperando un poco de lo mismo. No hay cambios. Eh, yo sería más agresivo en mi trade de Bitcoin con el long y es lo que yo voy a hacer honestamente. Ahorita a ver cómo me va. Uf, ya se me empezó a ir para arriba tantito, pero voy a ser paciente. Ya tengo una lana, no necesito llevarme todo el dinero del mundo ahorita. Ethereum. Me gusta también Ethereum. Ok. Pues sí, simplemente es eso. Esperar. ¿Qué hay más por acá? Eh, Coinbase, buen pomcillo de 4%. A mí esto me gusta muchísimo, que estemos viendo Coinbase, Circle, todo quedándose abajo. En el mercado del 2022 y el 2018 nos dieron fuertes pumps este tipo de empresas, también incluyendo Strategy, en estas fechas. Y ahorita lo que están haciendo es pretendiendo que no lo van a hacer. A mí me gusta, a mí me gusta. Buen pump de Oclo, 14% para arriba. Ya está el fin. Esta fue mi zona previa antes de esta. Déjeme regreso eso a donde estaba. Pero si yo voy a entrar en Oclo, voy a esperarme a los 25. Tienes un cero de volatilidad espumoso a la alza. El MACD te está diciendo también. El RSI también. Me esperaría. La semanal te puede rechazar aquí, más o menos por donde estás. En el promedio del 9 y después continuar para abajo. Aunque tienes el promedio del 100 acá. Oclo se vuelve ya más seriamente alcista si puede romper los 56. Tesla que sigue siendo la misma mamada, consolidando por acá abajo. Lucid sigue en esta buena tendencia alcista a corto plazo. Yo creo que, personalmente creo que Lucid ya vio lo peor. Punto. Lo pueden ver acá. Extraordinaria formación acá de fondo. No me importan retrocesos a esta zona de los 568. No me molestan. Donde estaría cabrones si vuelves a ver acá abajo en los 230, algo así. Ya no tiene sentido eso. Si eso llega a pasar otra vez, sí se va a ir a cero. Pero en la semanal tienes un setup de volatilidad que está a punto de confirmar hoy, que te lo está dando a la alza. Simplemente se está tomando sus sweet time. Tienes divergencias alcistas confirmadas en la semanal. Creo que en la de 2 semanas también, si no estoy equivocado. No, en la de 2 semanas, no, sí, en la de 2 semanas también tienes porque este es el mínimo y este es el mínimo de verdad. Tienes confirmación de divergencias alcistas, estabas por encima del promedio del 9. Si hoy puedes cerrar por encima de 7.16, ¡puf! Sería un súper cierre y siguiente objetivo van a ser los $10. Ya vimos Palantir. Strategy es cosa de esperar. Está esperando. Quiere reventar. Lo único que tienes que hacer es reventar los 98 en un cierre, que es el promedio del 5. Siguiente objetivo serían 116. Y ahí podrías hablar que esto fue el fondo, pero honestamente tienes que llevarte los casi $200 para poder marcarlo con seguridad. Pero a mí me sigue gustando que esto no esté pompeando así. Palantir ya 10% arriba hoy, después del 30%, después de la gran advertencia de Ray Dalio. Nvidia regresando a máximos otra vez con volatilidad intentando empujar para arriba. Nvidia se ve bien, ¿eh? En la de 2 semanas. En la semanal lo está haciendo, está a punto de. Sí, en la semanal quiere darte un setup de volatilidad, ¿eh? Nvidia a la alza. Nada mal. Nada mal, honestamente. Buen día, sobre todo para la gente holdeando SpaceX y Oclo. Les voy a dar otra vez el corto de SpaceX. Y esto es para ponerse exquisitos. Tienes aquí dos. Te voy a dar el tranquilo, no el exquisito. Yo me iría el promedio del 9. Acá. Este va a ser el tranquilo, donde te metes en 142 y puedes usar tu invalidación acá en 145 en la semanal. Es el tranquilo. El exquisito es este. 150, 149 y tu invalidación sería 153, este alto. Porque esto va a hacer esto para después hacer esto. Es lo que yo creo. Y aquí es donde va a encontrar su fondo SpaceX. Bueno, esta es una nueva acción, así que difícil de decir. Pero es lo que yo esperaría. Ya el optimismo de la gente acá en SpaceX es como si hubiera regresado a máximos históricos y eso me gusta. Sobre todo que Elon esté a huevo. Nel, güey, toda esta empresa pitera todavía no vale lo que vale. Perdón. Que estoy muy emocionado también de invertir en SpaceX, pero no aquí. No les voy a mentir. Y con eso los voy a dejar. Muy feliz fin de semana a todos ustedes. Pásensela de huevos, mis estimados. Y felicidades, mi Ramón. Buenas entradas en SoFi también. Esa, a ver cómo la tenemos marcada. ¿Dónde están mis promedios? Los escondí, los borré. Ahí están. Ok. Nunca vino a tocar esta línea acá. Pero es que, güey, ya, debajo de todo esto, ¿qué más querías, no? Aquí está, $16. Todavía sigue en buena oportunidad de compra SoFi para los que no se han metido todavía, ¿eh? Sobre todo retomando el promedio del 100 es la diaria, no sé, la semanal. También en la semanal lo estás retomando acá. Cierras así hoy, no se ve nada mal, pero tu confirmación sería un mechazo por encima de 19.70. Vale, pues listo, mis estimados. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, pórtense bien, gracias por todo. A disfrutar el fin de semana, chingada. Nos vemos en la próxima edición del